Hey guys, good morning. Sorry, I wanted to switch it to Twitch just because it didn't really make sense to keep streaming on Discord. Which kind of sucks because that was a really good stream, but anyway. I was going over why they would hold 5'8", 5'9", and the fact that this is a very calculated range and kind of the overall dynamics of why these ranges kind of stalled here earlier today. And we're working with around a 12 to 13 point offset. The big spots that they basically stalled overnight was here. They needed to progress this over 9.3, which is exactly what they're doing on a 5.8 hold. 5.8 is correlated to 71.33, by the way, so 71.33 hold means that they could hold 71.58 and push 72.05 again, and 70 basically back to 72.23. Okay, that's the correlation of these areas, and they're working in roughly 23 to 22 point intervals. So this would reset this. This is what we failed to do here. They failed to break 05 into the open. They failed to get some structure clearance above 72.14. Okay, here. And even off the open here, you can kind of see that. So they need a 13.5 point break is what would give us the breaks of like 13 and 14. If we had the exact same range break of that 23.5 point ratio, we would re-trigger our weekly highs. Okay, so the first big spot that we had to sustain was 5.8, get back to 8.182. Secondary areas are right in here at the 9.3, 9.5, this range in here. Because back here they held a little bit, but I would have much rather held closer to like 9.3, 9.2, 9.4. So I could see the initial weakness as early as back here. So this is how we want to progress this time. Okay, we'll draw this. I am in a few positions, so I don't want to get too distracted, but we want to basically hold this area this time that we didn't do here, break this time when we test. We want to definitely take out 02 base, take out 05. Okay, you don't want to stall 05. The best case scenario would be to just take it out immediately, but they can stall a bit. It's okay. And then from there, you want to start nesting, okay, above here. And then that way you have better odds of sustaining 05 this time and then taking out 14, okay? And then this is what could give us basically our weekly reset. The wider range ratio is linked to here, which was our big mid target on the week, around the 72.40s. Okay, so that could easily be in play if they keep this moving today. Here you go. This is what I had set. Okay. So let's see what they do. I made you guys your own copy so that I'm not drawing all over yours. Okay, this is a very tough spot, so let's see what they do. That was a very hard call to make, by the way, that they would hold 5.8 and not take it down. That was our first ladder on like our healthy structural ladder on a failure of 7.4. You do ideally want to hold 5.8, and I did mention that earlier this week, and I'm not going to go over it again because I already did a million times, but these are from Monday's notes. So technically before heading there, you do want to hold 5.8. If we didn't hold 5.8, they would have taken out 3.2 and taken it down to 2.2. Okay, so this in theory is them trying to recycle it back up. Okay. It also is month end today too. I think they're gonna do the single stick to 9-9. It looks like they're doing it. Single stick to 9-9 here. I'm gonna just mark our spots, you guys, if that's okay. Like 9-6, 9-7. These were our calculated areas. So I just want to remark them just because. So is 0375, 0450 I think was the previous close. 0650 is the calculated area. So is 0775 and then 08, 09, 11, 1250. I know it's a lot, but I need to kind of measure off those calculated ranges that we looked at previously. 9-6, 9-7 were the first ones here. So let's see if they can. This is exactly what I was saying earlier, you guys. If they can reset this shitty price action here, then they could reset here. Okay, that would be holding 9-3, 9-2, pushing 9-7. Okay, and then trying to retest 9-9 to get that break of basically 05. They don't have to do it in a single stick. Obviously, that would be the best case scenario, but okay. This is this reset, this action here. There's the 9-9 retest. 71.97 being retested here. They should try retesting 9-9, 9-8. I changed my zones, so it's kind of harder to see here, but this used to be red, so now it's confusing me. But we want to try testing this range in here, close to like 9-8, 9-9. I didn't set any times on the session yet today. Use these. That's a reduction stick. 21. I just want to see. Oh, that's interesting. This is an inside bar. 1227. 2, 12, 209. That could end up being pretty nasty if they don't clear this 05 area here. Let me just see. These are linked with highs. They should be pretty linked with lows. Yeah, it is. Highs. It's a little bit off right here though. 1105, 1109, very critical points in the day here. And extensions around 1227. This is if they want to delay till mid-session. Okay, there's definitely some risk during this period here, especially if they can't get at least this 9-9 break. So they basically stalled this from getting that push to 05 from what I can see. I don't know if you guys can see that. That would have triggered close to like 0475. But we have some, oh shoot, why did it delete that? What was the other flip? 21. This here. We could use the 21 minute. There's probably some nice looking bear flags that what time did they hit that low? 10:17. 1017 usually doesn't have any flips. You could maybe use like a 3, 6, 163. These are pretty late till 1. There's some alignment here though with those overnight lows too. See how that just went inside? Basically stalled it from getting that bigger push. This is 108, 109. Can you guys document this, please? We had a window here around 1105, 1109. Clearly, they reduced range, and it's pretty obvious because this period here through here is 8.5 points is what could have pushed probably back to that 720605, okay, during this time period. So that range reduction could cause some delays. We'll see if they can negate it immediately. Otherwise, these windows are pretty wide, like all the way through till around 101, 108, 108 p.m. There's a window around 1227, 1230 p.m. Mid-range is around 1145, 46. So if they extend this, that would roll all the way through until mid-session if they don't immediately negate during like this little tiny window that we have here. We could also use some of the smaller frames like the 3-minute and the 6. Okay. And the 7. 7 is linked to highs. And there is a little bull flag break here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 4th bar. There's a little window, guys, between basically 1102 and 1109. Okay, so if they really, really want to negate and not ruin this and basically stall the range, especially off these, this is the big failure if they fail here, right? You don't want to fail 71.99. Again, that would take us back to 71.22. So the window is right now around this 1109. There's a slight buffer for 1112. So let's see. OR today was 7,200, right? What do you guys think? You think that they give it up during this period, or you think that they try again? Pretty bad spot to stall, because if they stall here, this is what could trigger some major volatility, and that's not really an area that you want to start delaying in, like beneath 7,200 or 7,201. Otherwise, and the reason, do you guys understand the reason why, other than the obvious? Because then you have to really try holding here, okay, for up to an hour and a half. Is that a lot harder than just retracing back 2 points? Do you understand the concept or no? Like, the reason being is because you would have to try your best to hold 88, 92, 93 for up to like 2 hours, okay, if they don't try getting this retest here. There it is. See if they can get a 97, 98 retest. 99 is kind of the better area to clear. We opened ES today at 7,200. 09 would have been better, so there's still some risk here, but there's a tiny buffer, it seems, at like the 12 window. See if they give us like a 1 minute bull flag off these ranges at 1109. Thank you. This is scary. What do you guys think? Yeah, Qualcomm has been insane today. What do you guys think? You think they could take out OR? You think they stall? You think they snap to 7205 to really push range? Or you think that they're just going to basically give up the line here? The timing alignment with price is pretty crazy here. It would have been much better if they did it here, but this is fine because of the 8-9 hold and the 9-3 hold at 1109. I would say that this would have been riskier had they not held 9-3 on this stick here. Okay, so that's what allowed for that extension of 71.99 retest at 12.12. This is what could trigger some volatility. .4. That's probably leading back to that same spot we looked at earlier, close to like 72.0304. I would say that the condition that stalled is they didn't trigger 9-9 ahead of this. That would have been the ideal thing to do, is break 9-9, 9-9-2-5 before the flip at 11-12. So that obviously decreased some of the odds. They likely could still try triggering, but it would have to happen almost immediately, especially since these are 3, 6, 7-minute intervals that they're working with. Okay. I really like the 8-minute. I know this isn't really linked to a time, but this is a nice looking chart, and it's linked to that 11-12 and that 10-40. Let's see if we have any nicer looking flags. 11-minute doesn't look bad. This runs till 14. 12 was on its 4th bar at the 12-12. This runs till 24. There's a basically multi flips here. 11, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, and 24. I'd say 24 is probably the cutoff, okay, of them trying the 9-9 again. They know that risk is high if they fail this spot again here, so and they're still doing something very specific. They're still holding this 9-2, 9-3 spot. Okay, there's a slight breach here. I don't think it went below 9-2, but no, it didn't. $15 was a multi-flip. Do you guys see the behavior in price though? So 1105 reduction stick, otherwise they would have been trading above 9.4, 9.3. 1109 wasn't bad, but I would have much rather they tested 9.9 Okay, and that could have been also because of the stall here at 11:08. 11, 10, 12, or sorry, 11, 10, 11. That's weird to say. 11, 10, 11, 11, stalling 9, 9. I feel like had they pushed this and closed a little bit higher, then we would have seen that nice stick up, okay, off that 12, 12. The only reason why they're still giving this window here to reset to retest is because you're still holding 9, 2, 9, 3. Does that make sense? But obviously, the longer you stall and delay, especially at this range, the higher the increase in volatility becomes. Crude is also dropping off the stall of 106. That's something that we should probably pay attention to. SPX is at core areas, off core. Do you see the importance of, like, if they don't break during these periods, that it just becomes very, very hard for PA, because then they're going to have to try their absolute best to hold the line for a pretty long time. Like, this is too long of a duration for them to try holding this area here. They would have some risk to go back down to 8182, but that would obviously decrease odds of actually getting a full retracement back. Okay. I want to try keeping this as clean as I can today, so I'm gonna delete these. I'll just leave these ones for now. What was the 18 flip? Is that this 6 minute? Because 6 is linked to the low. 18 and 24. 24, 23. That's interesting. That means that there's basically every minute, because 22 is not a flip, but that would be the final minute before the 7 minute flips over. 7 minutes linked to high of day, which is also linked to low of day. Okay, this today, and that rarely happens, you guys, where lows are exactly linked to highs. Today, that's actually the case, which makes this very, very interesting. So that would be this window here. I needed to use the washroom too, but I guess I'm gonna have to wait. At least until here. Do we have anything happening at 11:30 or noon? But we had an auction. It's not a big one, but anyway, you probably would still want to try clearing before that, you know, auction, especially at these price points. So 2223, this window here seemed like the extended odd, but do you notice the price behavior? This is important. Do you guys notice behavior in price here? 9-9 stalls, 9-2, 9-3 holds. Okay? Do you see it? This is probably the 8-8 hold right here. Let's do a pull quickly. Can you guys vote on that quickly, since there's only like 2 minutes left? Please and thank you. So you'd obviously want to break before 224 though, or 1124. You'd probably want to break closer to like 21, 22, 23. Probably closer to 21, 22 though, at least for a retest. Can we get more votes, please? We're basically battling both ends here between 9293, 97, and 99. That's why they're stuck right in between at 95, 96, 97. So I would say the first condition is going to be getting back over this 97, 96 wall. And probably as early as that 21 period or 22. Otherwise, it's going to give that odd of backtesting 7188. And that's where structure could stall, fail, come back to the 8-1 spot. I would say that that's not a good stick. Like, you definitely would have wanted to get back over 97, 98 around this 21, 22 period. Yes, they could try pushing off 2-4, but that would probably increase volatility since it's a little late. Okay, this was 3.75 reduction here, which would have been the 9-9 break. Because, like I said, 21 would have been the better odd to get this back above. So they could still try pushing and negating here, but I think volatility would be slightly increased. Do you see what I'm saying with that negation? So, like, pay attention to this. This is a really nice structure. This is a good 3-bar up, 4th bar exhaustion, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this is between 23 and 30. So that's why I'm saying they could try exhausting and pushing, but the issue with this is if they did do something like that, there might be some volatility, and that's if they negate off the 2-4 stick. So mid-range between 2-4 and 30 is probably going to be around like 11.27. They do need over 9.6 though. Okay, how much time is left on this? Did they get 9.6? Yeah, they did. What's something that needs to happen here? Off the 2.5, 2.6, which didn't occur on those previous candles. Follow through, right? You need follow through. It has to immediately test. 71, 98, 75 being retested here. This stick needs immediate follow through to 71.99.50 to give that odd of not stalling once again, especially since this was a late flip. That gave that extension from 1124 through 1130. Hopefully that helped you guys a little bit. But like I said, this delay can cause volatility, so you could see wild sticks like this. They did tag 99. So we want to see if we can get back over OR and ideally get those 7205 retests. So only reason why this is progressive, even though it's a bit late this time, is they actually, I'm just going to delete my initial flips that I had, is because they actually did trigger 9-9, okay? That's the only benefit here, is they did test 9-9 this time. And they also still held off here. The only issue is these slight breaches, but you see how they still tried to sustain that 9-2, 9-3. Midpoint between here is around 1127, I think. All right, let's do one last pull here before that 1130 window. 72 clearance by... the actual flips that I had earlier that were calculated to those highs was 1146. So that would be like the worst case scenario if they really wanted to keep delaying in this area. But I mean, 1146 is still better than 1227 or 108. This delay would be the worst case scenario, because that would obviously increase high odds of volatility or form those really nasty looking reversal patterns that I noticed on like this, like the 123. This flips at 1227, so this is what's kind of keeping us stuck in an inside range. But obviously that can turn into a nasty reversal if they don't get at least back over 7205. Which is basically by mid-session. So that makes sense. Mid-session's at 12:45. Can you guys vote on that, please? There's not that much time left to vote. Only one person voted. Come on, you guys are the worst. Now this is kind of cheating because it's already freaking... That isn't... Your votes don't even count at this point. Okay. Because it's literally already 11:29. And I wanted that pull to be in before this candle flips, but whatever. 71.99.50 being triggered. That's the better spot to trigger here ahead of 11:30 versus that 2.5 that stalled there at 11:25. This is what would give us a little bit of a better odd of getting that 7,200 retest for 11:30 breaks. You can keep using those smaller intervals if you want. Like this is the negation period basically that I mentioned to cancel out this. So again, if you follow this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 bars usually expand up to 10 bars. Say 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it would be through the period around 11:44 through 51. We have to see if there's follow through immediately though on that stick. And obviously it would be at this overhead, considering that's where we opened the session today. So the confluence with OR makes total sense. I'm just going to delete this though so I can properly see. I don't know if I have an alert set here. I don't think I do. So we can keep working in like these smaller intervals of like the 3, 6. So 33, 36, there it is. That's the immediate follow through that I was just referencing. 7200 tested here just a few seconds after. That's what should trigger the 7203, 7205 retest. I would imagine that we would see some volatility here though, so just be a little bit careful. Remember, this could enter that slight expansion through this period here. 1146 is a very important time of day. That was linked to overnight highs. So technically speaking, I guess this could be the earliest period if they do decide to expand that they could get us back to our highs by. Do you see what I'm saying? Look at that expansion happening, guys. That's insane. We just talked about that. ES expanding off that 1130 flip through these periods here. If we're going to track this, this would kind of go through 8, 9, 10. Sometimes they can extend to 11, but we have to be very cautious around 1144, 45 basically, which makes sense because I have a very calculated flip at 1146. This is linked to highs. This is still not high enough though. 7202 is okay, but this needs at least over 05. The reductions that they had earlier were closely aligned to like 7204, 75 and 7205, 50. This range in here. You guys can take some off here if you want. Like if you're still long off 7158, this is obviously a decent area to take at least some contracts off. If you want to just wait till the 1144, 45 period, that's obviously up to you. You'd have to be okay with taking on that risk. Especially if they stall that area there. Because remember, this is still not high enough to mitigate some of the risk. This is... like, had they pushed this a bit higher, then you likely wouldn't have seen reduction sticks here off 3-3. I was using that 3 minute just to kind of track because that's the fourth bar. And then the 6, just because this is what could make a nasty reversal if they don't try pushing this by 1135. Because a lot of these flip at... oh, this one actually flips at 3.7. I'll be right back, guys. I know these are important times, but I've been waiting for like 30 minutes. You can definitely take some off here if you guys want. If you want to take on a bit more risk, then okay. This would be the period that I would think that they'd have to retest this area by, especially since this is a time that's linked to highs and entered a point of expansion. There was some delays, so that's my only concern. So there could be some volatility. Exactly what we were saying before, kind of like these sticks, how they just kind of wick right back up. Same with the 1125, so just be cautious of that. Because right now the range is basically if they can't take out 05, they could take this back to this area in here. And I didn't think that this would be an easy move, especially off of 5-8, considering the kind of PA that they had overnight. Okay, I'll be right back. Hey guys, sorry. I just wanted to kind of see what kind of calculated odds they had, like based off like those previous highs and lows. They definitely were right around this time. I would mark maybe 11:54 and 12 on there too. There seems to be an extension. And this was basically a calculated time that was linked to either getting us back to those highs or delaying us. So you can clearly see the stalls here. There were some calculated odds around 11:32. But the 7188 retest at exactly 11:46. Okay, so they are holding 88. So there is a window here. So if they try pushing though, it has to be almost immediately off like 48, 51, 54. Okay, and basically like to sweep it back up off this calculated interval, because this point in the day is linked to this 1227 and 1108 and 101. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that this was also linked to here. No, let me find it. That was linked to something that here. Okay, this. It was linked to this like little flag structure that formed. Okay, so this runs till 1227. So this is what could keep odds in play on a zone hold at 11:46 a.m. can keep odds in play through 12:27, 101, 108. Okay, I don't know when this flips. Oh, that's crazy. That also flips at 108. So there's alignment with the 108. I think for that to be the case, though, there's a window here, like I said, between 11:54, 51. So they'd have to immediately push. Okay. 41-minute aligned to highs. Needs to push back to 9799. Or at the very least to 97. Okay, during this window. Okay. I came back at a good time. You see what they're doing? This is exactly what I would imagine they'd have to do off this period, is basically push back to here and try getting back to here. The earliest odd I had was 11:51, but when I went back and calculated this, they technically have some odds at 11:54 and noon. I think it makes sense that they just have to get there before noon, right? Like, I know 12:27 is the flip, but we basically said, okay, well, as long as they can try retesting by mid-session, then, which would be here, anyway. So it's nice that today's times are also aligned to mid-session, which is between 12:30, 12:45, 1:08, 1:15. Can someone oh, there it is. They are actually trying. Wow, they're trying as early as the 5-1 spot, guys. That's insane. For those that want the link. Let me take this off so I can see. Did they tag 9950? Yeah, they did. That's pretty impressive. Oh, what do you guys think? You think with that nice flag structure that could help? So remember, this point in time is linked to highs, which is what could extend us through here. When does that 41-minute flip over? Can we start using these smaller intervals that are also linked, like 21:41, 27:08? Can we calculate the midpoint between 12:46 and 27? I think it would just be using the 21-minute, but I think around like 12:06, 12:07. We don't have anything happening at noon, right? What is that 21-minute flip over? 12:12. Oh, I noticed on the 9 they negated this, so that was nice. This is a negation at 11:51 through 12, which is why it's important that it keeps pushing. Because this 51-54 flip off the 9-minute is what could make like a star type of reversal. I know this is kind of hard to see, but okay, so that's why it's important that it keeps pushing back to 7,200. Median between 11:51 and noon would be probably 55. 51 was my calculated flip, so 550 and 51 were super important. So 4.5 minutes. Yeah, like around 5.5, 5.6. Anyway, I already had an odd at 5.4, but that would be the median point between here and here is 5.4, 5.5. So if they can retest as early as 5.4, that's even better because this gives us good odds to try retesting by 12 because that's what would give us odds of continuation. Okay, but if they do it by this midpoint here during this point in time here, then what could they do by 12:27 and 108? Don't get this wrong, you guys. If that was the case, if they sustained 7188, which was our condition, if they wanted to come back and retest 05, and specifically at that point in time, what would they have to do? And what kind of ranges would they have at these periods here? Especially if we have like a formation like this, basically. This is the one that we have to be mindful of that just flipped over at 11:55. It's like a 43-minute. Okay, this is why 55 would be important to break so that it takes out this high basically. Okay, just this is from structure perspective, okay? Important to clear highs. But not just clear them and to try to continue because then otherwise, did they take it out off the 5.5? Yeah, they did. Wow. 72.03.75 being retested here. This is a very calculated midpoint here, and I just noticed that 43-minute aligned with that. That was very important for structure to take out this high to avoid major volatility. This keeps 72.05 in play as early as just before noon and just after 12. The goal here, since no one wants to answer, is if they can take out these ranges at these points in time, we have odds to retest weekly highs as early as 12:27, 108, 101, 12:45. Okay, that being the 7200s, 7220. Sorry, 72. 08, 7210, and 14 are still going to be an overhead for us today. So if they start stalling 05, I think the goal right now is to at least tag 0506. Okay, even if they don't see like a continued progression, at least to tag it. This is exactly the price action that I thought they would do. See if they can get the 05 break. 1207 was the midpoint. This is the median, okay? This point in time here. Midpoint between 1146 and 1227. Give or take, it's between this window here. Like if they Did you guys get my Apple template? This is like my other template, but I did send this. I mean, 272.29. I'll just mark that on here. I posted this to Twitter for whoever wants it for Apple today. These are using annual ranges on Apple. Okay, so these closing points here and sustainments above 268 basically is what could push it back to 275. 278 has a lot of confluence for Apple today, along with basically back to highs. CL seeing a reversal. If ES keeps pushing today, we should be able to see a bearish engulfing on crude. Okay, so just something worth factoring in. And crude did trigger our 110, 111 targets, by the way. So this was a really clean break on oil, on that continued upside. Oh wow, it stalled our exact spot. That's insane, you guys. That stalled our exact areas on crude. I didn't even notice that. It stalled exact spots. Near 110, 111, and reversing. This can bearish engulf, which would basically mean potentially all of these reductions have to be measured, you guys, because I didn't do it earlier, but those are obviously what they could recycle on upside. So if they are successful in clearing, risk is already increased based on what they did here. So like this right here, and make sure you had covered some. I did take some off when they initially had stalled, but this is a 15-point reduction so far. 15 points, I'm sure would probably be close to this range in here, like the 14. This is probably around our 20s. So they've already started reducing range this afternoon. it's going to be important at this point. Like this was a 7188 hold right here. Okay, but I feel like at this point in time, they really have to try sustaining these 92, 93, 94. Where's the 96? Okay. And start making those better bases. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely hard to clear 05. Okay? I don't know if this helps you guys see it a bit better. These are our spots. You could mark 7201 if you want, but the reason I didn't mark it is because we basically would need to break that area. This is kind of like that reset that I talked about back here. Like back here, they didn't hold it high enough, they didn't take it low enough. Okay, so do you see the slight resets here on a hold of 88? Okay, a hold of 93, 94. At this point is when you really need to start testing 05, okay? Otherwise, that's where I would say volatility starts to increase. And we obviously have some odds, I said, around 1205, 1206, so we'll see if they can get those structure breaks. This was the midpoint. This is where I would imagine that if they start stalling again here to get back over OR, so like 7200 retest, then we'd be at some risk. Our 1155 was perfect. 46 was perfect. What do you guys think? You think that they can finally trigger 05 or at least 0475 on these retests here at the midpoint? I think midpoint is around 1106 to, or sorry, 1206 to 1208. I could be off by a minute. I figured 07, 07 and a half is probably the closest, but what do you guys think? And then we have a flip at 1212. I'll set that just for a minute. Can you guys vote, please? So this would be an ideal point to try testing that. That's what would keep this in play through this period here, I think, because we have some nice structures, but I do think that they'd have to push. And it makes sense, because if this is the median point in time off this hold, okay, here, then clearly we'd have to try getting back here, okay, on at a medium time interval, which I think is around here. If we measure it off the actual mid-session, that would be there was a minute delay here, so there could be a minute delay there, but off of actual mid-session versus that 1227, it would be closer to let's see, closer to 1216. If we measure off the 108, it would be like 40 and a half minutes. So Yeah, that's the 1227, 1228. And then off the 101 would be 37. I think that's going to be right around 1224. So these are for sure our windows, okay? Let me just delete this so you guys can see. I know that's kind of hard to see, but it's basically right now. Also, I was measuring 51-minute intervals earlier and 41. So 41 off these highs would be around that 1212, 1213. 50, 48 and would be 1219, and then that 50, 51 is around this 1220, 1221. So what is this? 1224, 1216, 1212, 1224, 1216, 1212. Something positive about this midpoint is, if you guys can see here, off that 1207, 1206, what do you guys notice? There is something positive that occurred here. What is it? During this specific midpoint window, what happened here between 1206 and 1208? What did they do? They didn't take out highs, but they did something else, and this is what could really help. What happened at this point in time? What did they do here? What did they do, you guys? Come on. They held what? These are all things that can help you extend, continue. They held opening range, right? So that was still a positive, I would say. This is still can give you that odd for 1212, 1216 extensions. 1212 retesting that 7203.75 high after 1206, 07, 08 sustained opening range. And we should see a break to 7204.50, 7204.75. That's the area that I figured they could test this at this time by. Sorry, YouTube people, I always forget that that's on. They should trigger 7205 here, guys. This is a pretty calculated midpoint, especially if they held OR here off the 1207, 1208. This is what keeps us in play, guys, through mid-session of getting back to highs and potentially pushing to 7220s. This is where we really have to start forming constructive price action. Okay. Go back and double check those other frames that I sent you guys. Like we were using some of these. This is on the third bar. The fourth hits at 1224, which we did say is being an important point in the day. This is where they can push off a 7205 break. That's all you need to break. You don't have to break highs. You have to break 7205 and try tagging this 0708. 7205 break is now testing 720750. The next interval I had here was at 1215 and 1216. And that's an immediate push after breaking 05. You guys should have been able to capture this trade. I went live as soon as we hit lows and said we're going to go long off 7152. So this has been a pretty good long trade. That means that I think we could have our 7222, 7228, 7232, 7238, 7244 targets stay in play. Especially if they can clear highs and that 7214 by that mid-session period. Okay? Specifically around 1227 and 108. And we're super close to that. Like this point here. Like I said, if they can clear 05 and then they can retest this area here by these points in time, then we have very, very good odds of not only retesting weekly highs, but also potentially getting to 7232, 7241, 7244. Let's see what they do. What was the high today? I think it was our 7211 spot. 11 or 1150 or something around here. This has been a really, really, really nice trade. Just gonna reset these triggers because there are some flips. Yep, and everyone was quite bearish. 7133 holding in this 5/8 this morning was extremely calculated. Okay, like this here. It was very, very calculated. I'm not going to go over this again. I went over in Discord, but this hold here. Okay, off of here. And off that 5/8. Retrace. Where is it? It was 23 points roughly. 23 and a half. This was the trade on that hold. That's why I said we should take a long off. Because otherwise they would have triggered it down to the 20s. Okay. Off of overnight lows. Do you see why it was important for 5/7, 5/8 to hold? I know it's kind of hard to see with this, but okay, that was calculated to this area here. Off 5/8, they had to clear 8/1, 8/2, which they did. Okay, off of clearing 8/2, 8/1, this is why there's overhead here. Do you see this? So once they start sticking right here, like how they're doing right now, this is off these structural spots off 8/1, 8/2. Okay, do you see this? So they've already broken that range. That gives us a really good odd of now getting basically structure breaks above 7202, 75, and 7205, which is what takes us to 7226. Okay, off the 05, that's what would take us to 7229. Off highs, this is what would take us to basically fill the whole zone. Make sense? So that's where full zone play could be active today. Off of opening range, it would basically be the same thing as breaking that 13-point interval. that I was telling you guys about earlier. Okay, if they did the 22-point range, the actual range is 23.5. It would trigger our all-time highs off open. Okay, this is also currently, this back here was a 34 point break when they had this stick. This here was the 44 point break. We're not working in those increments though. If you hit 71.58, what kind of increments do you work with? Don't get this wrong. What kind of increments do you work with? And we talked about this yesterday. What kind of ratios do you work with off 71.58? Yes, it's the means, which means you could see that slight sideways PA of like 3.8, 3.9, 4.8, but that's still, what is that? What is 71.58? What is 71.58, you guys? What the worst part is I sent you guys the cheat sheet. Okay, so what is 71.58? What kind of intervals are we still working with? You guys don't know, really? No, it's not a mid-range. It's a mid-core. So what kind of ratios would you use for that? You're right about that, but that's the wrong verbiage. Yes, okay, mid-core ratios, okay? So what are those ratios? This is how we know if we're going to expand, right? And I sent you guys the cheat sheet off open, close, highs, lows. Come on. So you could just measure it now yourself off that actual 7158 sticking. Okay, 52. Yes. Okay, 58. Do you see where they stalled from here so far? That's a 54 point range back to highs. Where are they stalling here? Do you see that? Do you see how this would also expand us if they broke that? 55, 56. It's usually around 56. Okay, whereas a 58, 59 point break is going to break us out of the neutral zone, correct? At that point, what kind of ratios could be in play? If they wanted to keep continuing core to core breaks. And yes, you could do 34, 34 and stall like 66. Okay, 66 point break actually. The interesting thing about today is 66 points is actually our highs. Okay. A 13 point break or 22 point break off open is also our highs, which was our 23 point interval. Okay. Do you see the confluence here? This is also a 66 point break off that low, which is also an 88 point break off overnight lows. Okay. Does that necessarily mean max range though? Based on this price point and where we opened to the lows. So where we opened to the lows is also 66 points. That's not a coincidence. Just FYI. Okay. So lows to open, 66 points. Okay. Current lows to highs, 66 points. There's a lot of confluence here. What would be the next points in ratios that we would work with if we clear highs? And that, I think, is what has a higher odd. Which ratios would we use? And it would make sense. You'd be breaking 66, 68 points. So what would be the next point in ratios? And then from here, this makes sense too, because your lower core ratios would be 23, 24, 26, 28. Okay, if you, from open, if you get a 33, 34 point break, then you're basically at the top of the zone. Okay. What ratios could they use? Oh, that's really cool, Brendan, that the cup and handle measure 72/44. What kind of ratios could we use? If you guys break a mid-core and a 66-point ratio and an 88 points off lows, okay? What ratios would you use? You'd basically be breaking 88 points here if you broke and 66 points off real-time lows. So assuming you get this. Okay, these are at the mid-core and this. What ratios would you use? Yeah, it's exactly 2, 3, 2, 5, and 2, 350. Hello. That's why this area is super heavy. What could you extend to? I already gave you guys the cheat sheet, so it's pretty crazy that no one ever answers. What areas would these be? This is where you could see an expansion off open. Okay, if they took it to the 5.2, 5.3, that's 52 points off open. Okay. This would be 107 mid to full ratio. 107, 110, 115 off lows. Okay. It's going to be those areas here. Basically around here. 4.4. 3.8, basically the channel. Okay. What else? Obviously off the 5.8, you guys. What ratios would we look for? So once you start breaking these areas here, 68 points, then of course you're going to look for like 72, 74. Okay, that's where you're going to see a lot of confluence in the 20s. Max mid to full ratios is like close to 79. 74, 75 points is 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. Okay, once you hit 79 points or so, you're right around that 3.6. Okay, which is also a 103 and a 106 off lows. Okay, so I know that there's heavy overhead here, 103 to 107 off lows, 7131, 7133, and 78 to 79 off real-time lows. Okay, so if you break this area, 723637, what could that give you a probability of doing? What would be your next ratio from from here, from 5.8, 5.7. It would obviously be 103, 107, right? So then first they may try stalling 88, which I think is going to be around that 2.4. That's a 7.244. Okay, so 87, 88 points is also the 2.4. 7.244, 7.245 is 88 points off 71.57, 71.58 FYI, which is, like we said before, also the same thing as 115 off lows, which is also 115 off 7131 lows. So once you trigger this area, you're at a major confluence point that you could then push. Okay, 96 points are usually the next points and ratios, which would align to that 55 off open. But typically, what kind of range would you get if you push that? That's where you'd get your 103, 107, 110, 115, okay, off this low here, okay? So 72.64, that's where you have confluence in the means. So do you see how your core ratios today in the means? 5.7, 7.158 to full core extension is 71, 72.58, 72.64 areas, okay? If you pushed 115, 110, that's where you start getting core, okay? This is where you start getting core. That's 72.68, I think. And then from here, 115, I think, is going to be our 7172, okay? So 115 points. 115 points off 7157 is 7272. What would that be off open and off lows? You have to think about these things. If once you break 107 off this low, what range would you start triggering? Well, what would you trigger here if you've already broken that, which is when you break 72, 38, and 44? We've just gone over that, okay? Because once you break this, the channel basically, that's when you could push. What kind of range would you push? That would also align with these max core ratios here. 128, 132, correct? What is the 128, 132 off lows? That's the same thing, 72, 62, 63, 64. Okay, 132 point range here is around that 6.8, 6.7. We've been working with 135 roughly the past few months. There's the alignment there because 132, okay, off here would be basically breaking these ranges. What would that be off open? That's your 72. Okay, do you see how, if they really wanted to get core today, it's going to be relative to how they react in the channel around 3.8, 4.4, 4.2. And then obviously mass expansions would be breaking to 7.8. So today's open is on a 78 point break is linked to 7.8. On a full extension today, 88 points off today's open is obviously the zone. Okay. You guys see that? Off open. 72, 88 is 88 points off open. which is 132 points off 70, 158. Okay, I wish this was being recorded. I'm trying to type it all. And obviously if you get zone breaks, that's where this would accelerate to 70. Do you see what I'm saying? So these opening ranges, technically, they still could give us those max weekly spots, okay, of like the 70, and these are on the report. Do you see how they could do that? Full push off 7200 open would be zone break and those 7300s we discussed near 7303, 7307, 7310. Okay, basically a neutral, that would be like a full neutral zone break. Okay, 15. That's the 15. And then off of max range, I would bet anything that would give you a full zone fill. 73.32. Zone fill. 73.32. And I would imagine that that's probably the 173 point ratio off that 5758 low, which is half of 346 points. And off weekly lows, you could imagine, guess what it would be off weekly lows? What ratios are the max? Don't get this wrong, okay? For the week, we're working with what kind of ratios when looking at this from like a wider stance? What would the max ratios be? And this would make total sense, okay? Do you see that? Do you see this? What kind of ratios could those be? What did we say before? If they do double core ratios, so double 103, 107, those are like the 203, 210, 215, 213, okay? Let me refresh your memories. Remember on the 31st, they started hitting max core ratios. They hit the full 230. That's 115 times 2. They hit 214. Okay, that's 107 times 2. From open to close, they hit 182. From open to high, they hit 198. From low to close, they hit 202. I think from low to close, they hit 214. Okay, so what could be the max ratios off lows? This is for the week. If they wanted to fully extend, what ratios would we use? And we talked about this a lot. These, right? That is where the 198, 182, 198, okay, 214, 230 comes into play off weekly lows. Does that make sense? That's where things would get really, this is for like a weekly range, okay? If they extend it or something with Apple earnings. So 182 I think is close to that 7300 spot. Okay. 198 is probably close to that 73.27.28. 214 is probably in the channel, 73.40s. And then that 230 range would be around 73.59. The only other area that you'd probably want to measure off of today, just for like a weekly range, would be obviously off of weekly open. Okay, so 71.85. Yeah, it is. And they're currently stalling around 36.40 points from there right now. Okay, so if they got like a full mid-range, okay, off weekly open, do you see the confluence around 72.42? I didn't include weekly open in those ratios, but that's where the 4.244 comes into play off weekly open. Okay, off of 72.74, that's where like these 6.2, 6.1 comes into play. 88 points would be off weekly open is our 7.272, 7.273. The 104 point ratios off weekly open is our 72.88, which is also 88 points off today's actual session open. And then once you get the 107, do you see it? That's where you'd get your potential zone breaks, okay? Which the final stop off weekly open is 7,300. If they started expanding to 128, that's where you could get zone entries, okay? Do you see that? These would be much wider variables. I don't think that this would happen this week, but it's just something worth noting. Like the 73.58 would be 173. 73.68 would be the 182. The 9.8 would be close to 73.84. And then if you actually started getting like those full blown ratios of like 214, that's 7,400. Okay, off these weekly opening intervals. It's pretty crazy. A 256 point range is 74.40. I didn't measure 256 just because I figured probably don't have to, but that would also kind of align with those max ratios off like those lows that we looked at. Could be like the 256. That's another way of looking at it. Okay, that's 256 points off weekly lows is also 73.30s. So it's just something worth noting. Okay, what kind of ratios were we working with this week that we mentioned? The 200s, right? These. Okay, and these. And specifically like 410, 412, 426, right? Because if they get back above 62.08, that's where they could finally start to extend range. And specifically off these areas here, that's why the 72.03, 04, 08, 99, that's why they're so important. Okay, whereas off like, this is off the low back test, off the closing range, it's kind of hard to see. That's where you'd get the 72.40s. Do you see it? Do you guys see that? It's going to be hard to see on my chart now, but okay, that's where these areas come from. And we did talk about this. And then when we looked at it from that secondary low in here, that's where there's some odds here. And these are like those 300 point intervals. Okay, off of here from our August 13th. This is kind of where they're stuck in between. And then from our midpoints off the 15th, 16th, which is where our base kind of started from. This is, I'm going to just clear it so you guys can see. This is where they're basically stuck in between right here, okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Off like the 230, 210. Right now they're probably stuck at around like the 214. This is probably the 198 right here. Okay, off our 15, 16 flip dates. I think this is an easier way to kind of show you. Does that make sense? So obviously if you can break around there, Do you see that, you guys? Like, I know this is kind of hard to understand, but do you see how this exact ratio, like that 219.50, basically is literally where they're stalling highs? Okay, so that would give you that odd of getting that extension like this, okay? To basically the 7400s. And I'm not saying that this is happening like now, obviously, but I'm just saying like that's what these areas are linked to. Okay? It should get very tight in here. These are the 216. These are the 214, 216, 230 point ratios, okay? Of course it's going to get tight in here. These are the big spots off our double core ratios in this area here, okay? And last time we even looked at this off like the 346 and 348, especially off like the open and close and the 463. I remember looking at this. You can kind of see how they correlate to that. Specifically off here. Okay, you can see how it correlates to that zone. Do you see it? So they really have to try sustaining to get that extra push. These are the ratios. I don't know who wants these, but obviously there's quite a lot, but I'll just paste it in here so you guys have it. It's also mid-session right now too, guys, so this is going to be the most important part of the day, especially if they keep stalling that 08 and they can't get these breaks. This was mid-session. 1227, they still did hold 0350, but they didn't close above 05, so this was an issue here, okay? Just FYI. There still is the extensions through here. Okay, but just kind of think about this kind of going sideways. So this can still break back up by 108. But none of you guys documented this. Didn't close over 7205. Extensions through 108 to kind of take it back green. So there's the mid-session here at 1245. So let's see if they can try turning it back around immediately. We'll probably watch the 54 and 48 window because those are generic times for mid-session. I also want to track the midpoint between here and our 108. So I think we said it was right around here, like 21 minutes or so. So yeah, 1248. And then we can also track where they stalled, which I think was here. And that's going to be closer to like where they're breaking. We should see volatility here, I think, on these sticks, guys. 1248, 1250 are some calculated midpoints here. I didn't like that 1227 didn't close over 05, but if they want to extend, because all they had to do at that point in time on that structure was take out highs, which they did. They just didn't break above this range, okay? Just be a little bit cautious here. Ukraine hit Russia oil refinery. Look at where SPX stalled too. That was our 7-8 target on SPX. Just FYI. Apple over that 272 target if anyone's trading this. I sent you guys the spots on this one. So 272.80 was the area. That's a calculated range on Apple. And that's what could essentially get this back to that 275. I'll paste this one last time. Can someone create a thread and move these there? I think that would make it a bit easier to go back and track. So this was the point to try to negate around 1250, 1254. There was a flip at 101. I don't remember what time frame that was, but it was important. Do we have anything at 1? That has to be news then. 163. 63. I think this is linked to those overnight lows. Do you guys understand the concept here? In terms, yeah, so there's probably going to be news over these next few minutes then, I would think. Because these are pretty important times. So just be careful, guys. Make sure you do de-risk at least something in these areas, especially if they start stalling 7207. If you want to keep some of your position on off entries from down here, then that's fine. Just make sure you have a stop set in place in case there is news that comes out. So the idea is they'd have to try taking this back green. Okay, so if they're going to have to take this back green to take out this high, they'd have to do it before 108. So our midpoints are essentially going to give us an idea of how high those probabilities are, which would be around this point in time here. So far, this looks pretty weak. This would be approximately the point that they'd have to try turning it back by. Thank you, Brendan. Or Arun. Sorry, thought that was Brendan. So super heavy off the 72, 05, 06, 08. This is the area that could extend us to 72, 22, and 32, and 44. So stalling here means that they could recycle it back. What do you guys think? You think that they hold the line here off 1254 and 101, 108, or you think that they give up this range and kind of keep it? This still puts us at a risk of getting a retest down, but if they can sustain at least this area in here, then they would still have a shot at retesting that high range. 88 retest would really decrease odds of seeing like good structure breaks, because we already retested 88 here. So if they were to do it again here, this point in time is linked with the 108, right? So if they took it up here, stalled, okay, brought it back down for this period, that would heavily reduce range. They'd have to like sweep it right back up. Does that make sense? And the reason I say that is also because of those structures that took place at those times. Like if they don't take this back green, then it could just get stuck inside, or they could reflip it back till 149 or 2 o'clock. It's a little complex, but These areas are heavy, so I don't think that getting an 8-8 though is going to help odds because we already hit 8-8. They already did that here. That's not going to help odds. I feel like maybe they could afford 9-3. I think holding 9-5, 9-6 would be the best case scenario, but going back to 8-8, that's going to make it very difficult, I think, to try to recover. Okay. And specifically if it's off these times, like 12:54, 55. See if Apple can also get back over that 272.29 and 80. 71.95 trying its best to hold here on ES off that 12:54. That's the area that I feel like it would need to hold, otherwise that risk would heavily increase. Back in here, I think we could have afforded an 8-8 test. Over here, after testing 07 and stalling 08, that would really increase risk. Something they could also do too is keep it very tight in the zone until Apple reports their earnings, because usually we're zone bound before major earnings are released or in a channel. Yesterday we were in a channel. Today we're in a zone. Can you guys vote on that, please? So I think backtesting this range in here probably would reduce odds for real time in terms of keeping us stuck. I do think it's going to increase volatility though too, especially since they're breaking down the 9-6, 9-7 off the 5-4, 5-5 intervals here. We'll see if they try holding 9-3. So if they're going to try holding 9-3, they basically have to push like this. Okay, if they're going to stall here and backtest here, this is what's going to increase odds of basically going back to 80, 81, 82. It's going to reopen this window, which really decreases odds for real time. The only other thing they could do there, if they, let's say, bring it back to this area here, which is this re-extended, okay, they would need some news to like basically sweep it back up. This was the main issue, was the closing price at 12.26 and 12.27. So at the very least, I would think if they can hold here, they'd have to try at least getting back to OR to retest that 72.02.03, which would definitely mean that they have to hold 9.2, 9.3. I don't think that they could take it back to 8.8 for that to be the case. Like I was saying, I think they'd have to try to hold here because that's not very much time. That's only like a few minutes. That's why I was saying I think there could be maybe a new stick or something. If that was the case, that's like the only other way that they could bring it back up is by snapping it to the upside. So let's see, maybe they do. I don't know. Let me pull up my news feed. You guys think they could bring it all the way back to here by then? I don't know. That's a pretty tough call. They'd have to basically try getting it at least to here. Ideally back to here, because that's what stalled. It's basically this failure here. Off 2-7, 2-6. Let me make these in yellow. It's these candles here. What do you guys think? The cutoff would be 107. There is a window at 101. So that's why I was wondering if they can push it back to 99 or 200 by the 101. Then there's a chance. Oh, they're actually doing it, you guys. That's crazy. If they did it as early as the 01, okay, so this, okay, then they could basically retest highs by 07, 08. That's the sweep that I was talking about. You can, so, Freezer, I always forget to say your name. You can't do that if you broke it to 8-8. Does that make sense? That's why I was saying if you want that probability, you can't break back down to 8-8. That's going to take away that odd. Okay, because what you want to try doing is basically recycling this range to that upside, because that was too low of a close at that time, and you have to take out the highs. Oh yeah, so I'm just telling you why that wouldn't be good for odds. So this would give you a better odd of maybe closing a bit higher this time, and then also retesting that 08. Does that make sense? From here? So, because 08 we didn't tag. And that 08 is all we really need, I think, to make that structure stay in play, right? Because we just have to take out this 0750 high. So, let's see. 101 is retesting here. That was the earliest point in time to try retesting that 1227 stick. That's insane that they're actually doing that off these time intervals. That's crazy. Where is it? These points here. Do you see that? Look at what they did, you guys. That's insane. Look. That puts odds to get the 0850 and whatever the high was as early as the 107, 108. That's what would keep this in play. But there would be volatility. That's why I'm saying just be a little bit cautious, because 104 is a generic clip for the market. Market usually has volatility at that time. I know that the time is 108, but you probably want to do it by 107, not 108. Otherwise, that's where the volatility is going to start to increase once again. Okay? Okay, let me focus, because I need to make sure if I have to cover, then I cover. Thanks, Eddie. And sorry, I didn't even see your question. My favorite thing about trading? Not this. It's not probably the challenge, I guess. I don't know. Or like trying to properly... I don't know if that's my favorite thing about trading, though. That's more of like my analysis, but I guess trading is just a challenge, I guess, to be accurate. It's kind of like just testing your own ability, I guess. Like against odds. I like odds in general, so. So this is where the volatility is going to come in, okay? And the reason being is because even though they gave us a progressive close, which was 72.0475 versus 72.03, okay, it's still not over 05, 06, correct? The main issue here is that this is still a gap between 101 and 108. Okay, what's the midpoint between these? 3.5 minutes. So probably like around the 104, like we said. Yeah, I like teaching too. But I also like math, I guess. So I think if they're going to try here, they have to try to retract by this 104 stick. And like I said, I don't think retesting by 108 is ideal. I think they'd have to do it by like 106, 107. Well, people also forget that like what I'm doing is pretty complex. Like this is not easy. This is not generic trading, like buying and selling and you know what I mean, just setting a price target. This is like trying to decipher exact price at a given time that's going to give you range for the full session to pin the open and to pin the close, right? So it's trying to determine your open, your highs, your lows, your close, that and on a very micro basis. So it is pretty complex because I guess you have to be very, very, very interactive. Okay, that's that and like constantly tracking. I guess that's the more complex part. The nice thing about today though is the times are linked. This rarely happens. High of day and low of day today are linked. Okay, so that's the main reason why I didn't want to break down to 88 off 108. Okay, because that could mean that we could go back to lows. Does that make sense? So if they sustain here, this keeps odds of highs. Okay, high day retest odds. They stay in play. Otherwise, this is where I could start looking at de-risking my positions, okay? What time is it? 06. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think that they try breaking off 0708? 7208 would be the minimum I think that they'd have to retest. I don't think they have to retest high of day. I think they just have to retest that high, which is 08. What do you guys think? I think that if 07 can close at least over 05, then the odds are a lot better. Have we had any closing sticks over like 06? Oh yeah, we did. So these were like the lower structure fails. From like a very dumbed down way of looking at this too, like you want to avoid making that fourth lower high. If they do it at 108 or post 108, volatility is implied. Okay, so if they break at 108 or after 108, because there is a window here, I would just be a little bit cautious because that's going to imply volatility. That's going to be a bit late. And look, they pushed that 04 last second here. So they could definitely try pushing off 08, but just be a little bit cautious because that's what could start implying some of the volatility that could come in here. 72.05.25 retested in the first few seconds. Okay, let me get back to my positions. Hold on. This wasn't high enough for them to get like a full clearance, but They could definitely have like 1 minute post volatility, I think. See if they can at least close above this 101 close. We want 72.05 at least. Did they close 05? This is the minute delay volatility, guys, so just keep that in mind. Because that makes it so that they didn't fully take out that range, okay? That's where volatility could start coming into play. There was an extra odd around 115 that I had looked at earlier. The median of that is going to be around the 11-12. Clearly this area is super heavy. How important do you think are the first few minutes follow through off this 108 period, especially if they closed at 05, which is the only reason that they could keep this in play, okay? But they didn't take out the high. And it's typically those first 2 to 3 minutes. There it is. 72.08 being retested here. This is what could clear those highs. See if they can get continuation. There is a mid flip here around 111, 112, and then that time at 115. See if they can get a closing stick off that previous high of 72.07.50, which I think they did. Right in here. 0850 was that overhead. And 0825. The actual high, I think, is around 11. These are also my calculated ranges. That's the only reason why I'm even marking these. Otherwise, I wouldn't really care. So what do you guys think? You think that they can break within this little range of like 108 to 115, or you think that they're going to stall, bring it back to nest beneath 72.05.03? If they're going to break, they have to take out at least 13 and 14, or at least try testing them to at least nest it there. 12 was the midpoint of testing 0850. 72.0850 being taken out. They're keeping this in play for those ranges here. You can take some off if you want. That's a huge spot at 72.08. This is where they're going to decide, and this is late, okay? So that's where volatility could start easily coming in. So just be very, very, very cautious with that. Let me reset some of these to 72.11. Apple's also back at that 272.29. SPX, I would think, is back at 71.78. Look at that volatility off that 112. That's the mid stick. They still held 06 though. Okay. So what do you think you'd have to do during that 215 interval here, since these were the odds? That's pretty insane that this drawing actually panned out, you guys. That's pretty wild that this is actually panning out. What do they have to do then by that 14.15 if 208 was late? What would you have to do? You have to take out highs. If this period was late here, you have to take out highs before this 15 stick. Okay, or at the very, very least, try to retest it. I think the highs are 72.11. If they don't, I'm probably going to start de-risking. And I'll just maybe roll my contracts into tomorrow or something. We have very, very good entries, though, off 71, 58, and 64. So if you're a bit later buying today, then just be careful. I still think we could get our 72.20s and 30s today, especially with Apple reporting, but whether or not they do it in real time, that's going to be pretty much relative to what they do during mid-session. What else is 115? What's 115, you guys? What's the 115 period? So 115 is not a flip. It's a pretty calculated time. What time is 115? What point in the day is 1:15 p.m.? That's mid-session. Okay? No, that is mid-session. That is half your time interval from session open to session close is 1:15. Okay? So what they start doing at this point in time is going to give you your odds from here until duration of end of session, till 5 p.m. Correct? Does closing price at this time matter? Based on our logic, okay, what price do you want to close at? If they can't test or take out highs at this time, they tried, they stalled, what's the minimum area that you'd want to close at? Especially at mid-session, if you want to keep this durational till end of day, which means till basically 4 or 5 o'clock. Okay, you'd have to try holding 72, 06, 08. So, I mean, 07 is not bad. I think 08 would have been a bit better, but at least within this box range. Okay, these areas here. I still think that there could be some implied volatility due to that slight delay. There was another time frame I looked at earlier, I think. So there's the 41, but I did look at a few others that looked pretty good. I just can't remember what they were. I don't know if it was... Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this I liked earlier off those highs, but... Did I send it in here? I don't remember what it was. I think it was this. These were the extensions, like through 2. There's some structures, you guys, that are still good for some of these, like 3-bar continuation patterns, especially ones that I would say align with this, like reversals here around 101. Okay, that could keep us in play this afternoon, but obviously risk is slightly increased with them stalling there a little bit. A lot of those overnight structures, though, around like 202 in terms of like structural lows. Initial lows were off 4 yesterday, but these structural lows for today were around like 211, 212. You can also like kind of monitor the 2 a.m. periods, or even the point in time that they re-hit 71.58, which was 2:36 a.m. 210, 212, 210, 211, 212. Can we see what? And I need to, what did I say that was? 236. I just want to see the correlation between 2:36 a.m. because it's linked to our 7158 retracement. Can we check these quickly? I just want to see. So I would imagine this is durational, yes. I think it was this. Yes, it was. Can you guys document 2:30 p.m.? So clearly there's some odds here. This is what could put us at a huge risk if they don't take out highs by that 2:30 window, because this is what could form a star into after hours. This also runs into earnings because this doesn't flip till 4:33. So this is risky structure from 2:30 through 4:33. 164. I think this was end of day. 3:52 p.m. So this is what could keep us pushing until close. 3:52 p.m. on this. That was the 108. 246. I think this is the bigger flag. Yeah, this is it. Okay, I found it. This is that massive flag that could continue through end of the period. This doesn't flip till 2:30 p.m. So 2:30 p.m. is a very important time. Can one of you calculate the median between 108 and 2:30 p.m. or even between like the time that they actually stalled off that range? So, because I think that's going to be pretty important. So 493. A lot of these are going to obviously be durational. Yep. And then 129. This is 121. 330. 172. This is linked to the 7158 break overnight, okay? So 204, that could be the earliest time because that's linked to 7158. Can someone document this, please? 2:04 p.m. 2:04 and 11:12. 172, 258. That's also 3:30. We're also going to watch 3:30. And then I think that's it. That's it. 149. Okay. I had some odds here anyway around this 21 period, but let's see. Hopefully they don't delay here too long. When does the 41-minute flip? 149? Okay, so that makes sense because that's the 41-minute too. And then we also had 41 and what was that earlier one? 21 minutes that we said earlier? I'll send these again. These were some of the smaller frames. 21, 41. This would be 36, 57, 18. This is also linked to 230 and then 311 and 352. So in that 433. So 433 has a lot of confluence today. This was the midpoint around 121. Clearly they're stalling. I mean 130 and 136 is always important, so we could watch them anyway even though they're not linked to, well 136 is linked but 130 not so much today. The odds are closer to like 149, 150, 2, just after 2, 204, 230 is the most important point here. Okay, what about from the point that they actually broke by though? Which was 13, 14. This is the midpoint. You guys can completely ignore me right now, by the way. I'm just calculating stuff on my own. Midpoint would be around that 11:49. Midpoint from that actual high would be probably close to like 17 minutes. So I would imagine it'd be around that 3:30. So let's see. Because basically if they can break that high before 149, that's going to give us odds of expanding by 230. Does that make sense? Especially off that, what was that really nice structure we said? Was it the 163 or the 214 or what was it? Yes, please. Damn it, I don't remember what it was now. Now I forgot. 2 something. 246. There it is. Those are those midpoints, you guys. That's insane. So this, basically, you guys, are you understanding this? They could take out the high, okay, by 230. Like, basically, our weekly highs. If they start pushing around this mid-session here. The midpoint is 124.25. I think they took out 11. And then 130.31. 36 is a flip. These are before the... These are basically the medians, you guys, between 108, the actual high, and 149. Ahead of 230, okay? If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully it makes sense. So... here. And here. Like 28, 29. It's this window here. The only reason it could happen a bit earlier is because of this break right here. Does that make sense? So there was a tiny... So basically you would need it to happen earlier because this happened late. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain that. Like, you see how this was a little late in breaking this, like off 08, like 5 to 7 minutes basically. Okay, you, instead of breaking around here, okay, you probably want to start breaking a bit earlier, like here. So as early as like 124, 125, but ideally by here, like 130, because that would be the midpoint. So half of 41 is what? 20.5 minutes, right? Do you see it? 128.5 is calculated. I think our high is 72.1150, right? This, if we take out highs off this 128, 129, we have very good odds of retesting 72.20s by that 230 period. What do you guys think? You think that they can get this break here? And the nice thing is if they do, I know this is looking crazy now, so let me start cleaning it up a bit. They still held our 05, 08 during mid-session, so that's good. That keeps our odds in play. I should have turned on the freaking mic. 72.05, 72.08 sustained during mid-session. Okay. Oops. Let me turn this on. Join voice channel. Izzy live, record. I don't know why I didn't have him recording in the first place. So it's off like it's off a half interval. So it could happen in like the second half or this 30-second period here. Which I know I sound crazy, but and then if they end up keeping the theme the same, which is the delays, it would be that same sort of window that we had back here. So like roughly, you see like these minute delays, like 2 minutes roughly to like 5, 6. That would imply that 130, 131. If they can't do it off 2.8, off 2.9, sorry. So this is it. This would be the stick. What do you guys think? 10 seconds. I don't think they're gonna do it. Oh, they did it. Oh my god. You guys, they actually did it the final second. That is fucking insane. You guys, that is insane. That is crazy. That's the push that they're gonna get off that structure break. That is nuts. You guys saw that, right? You guys saw this, correct? That's crazy. They did it the final second. Oh my god. Look at that. That's crazy. They did it literally the last second. That's nuts. Did you guys see that? It was in that 30-second interval off 129. That is crazy. Look. Look at that. Oh my god. Look, we're gonna get an expansion break, you guys, to the 20s. Holy shit. They're actually doing it. I need to up my stop. Holy crap. Wow, I actually got some of my calls filled on that. That's insane. That is crazy. That they actually did that. And that was like the last second. You guys saw that on those 30 seconds. That's nuts. This little final, like this here, that's that push to 72, 21, 22. Crazy. You can take some off, you guys. I did take a little bit off just because obviously that's a huge spot. But I'm so glad I did not give up on my calls. You don't know what kind of patience that took holding this. I held through all of this, you guys. I didn't cover in this box. I really wanted to trust that we would get those 7220s retest today. Which was very hard. Okay. This is durational till close on that break, especially considering they did that right on that midpoint. And they offset the volatility by doing it right on time this time. Does that make sense? Because this would be the median point between those two periods of when they initially delayed. Okay? And look at where they took it to, exactly 72.20. That is crazy. So that means that by 36, that would probably be the earliest odd to maybe retest 2.2. Because remember what I said, if they can get those structure breaks here, we can retest highs by 149. Which we're obviously not very far from doing. I think I need water. I almost choked when I saw that. I doubted myself for a second. I was like, I don't think they're going to do it. There's only 5 seconds left. And they were stuck. Right here. Look. I have a second chart framed on my desk. This might be one that I might have to frame this one. Frame this second chart. This one is... Ashley sent me a chart and framed it for me of this one time we called something at the exact second on those 30-second intervals, and it hit the final second. This wasn't exactly final second. It was like 2 seconds, but that's still pretty crazy. Look, they closed it right above highs. Those final seconds. That's insane. And we know that this close, you don't even, that's what I meant. You don't technically have to take out the high to get to 72.20s. Does that make sense? And the only reason why they haven't triggered 2.2, 7223 is because of the slight reduction this morning. Remember how we talked about this morning, like the 2.75 to 3.5 range, like this, especially off like not breaking 14. That's probably the only reason why we didn't trigger 2.3. Does that make sense? It's just because of this reduction this morning, okay? Off of that 11 spot in here. And I'm not triggering 14. That's literally the only reason why. Okay, so that's where the range reduction came in. I know my chart looks absolutely insane, but I'm so happy that that worked. Okay, so this was the reduction this morning off not hitting that neutral zone break of 14. Okay, and that's likely the reason why they didn't get that 2-3. Okay, also the same thing would be like them breaking here. Okay, and then same thing here. Like I would have much rather they held closer to 9-5 earlier, even though they immediately negated it. So, but this is so close. This is durational till 2:30 now. Who wants to map out that chart? That 200 whatever minute chart, whatever it was. 2:46. Did you catch that, Katie? So we could probably, someone want to do the midpoint. So 204 was also a flip. Obviously 136 seemed like the earliest ahead of 149. But what's the midpoint, you guys, between 230 and 149? My chart is way too crazy to start putting these on here, but I would imagine it would be, because they broke this at 130, which was the median between here and here. Okay, right, that was the midpoint we said. And then between 04 would be like 31 minutes, 30 minutes. That makes sense. So then yes, okay, measure off of 04 and that high. So off of 04, because this is calculated, so that 130 and 129. You could measure off 129 if you want to be precise. What was the phantom, Katie? 717? On what? On SPY? 717 on SPY would be our 7230s, wouldn't it? Isn't that our target, like the 7230s? And like the full zone break on SPX. Sorry guys, I don't know why this one doesn't have the zone above, but we just broke the zone on SPX. Okay, so that would make sense. Let me go back. Hopefully that didn't delete it. It did. Why does that always happen? Okay, I should just not touch this. Shoot. Hopefully that didn't wipe it on this one. No. Okay. 204. That's those 17 and a half, 18-minute intervals. That's going to be right around our 49, 46. Okay, so off those earliest midpoints, I think that would be now, wouldn't it? The 11-minute, 10-minute? That's here. That's off this 29. I guess if you want to measure off the actual breaking stick and 4.9 and 4.8, it would be just under 10 minutes. So probably right here in like these next 2 minutes or so. That's probably the earliest, okay? If they want to break ahead of 149. If they wanted to break between that 204 period and here, then it's going to be a little bit closer to 146. Either way, this is still in play until 2:30, and our targets above are 72. There is some overhead at 72, 25, 28, but our targets are 72, 31, 32. 72, 33 had the most confluence. 3.8, 36, this area here. I did send you guys the ranges, so you guys should have them. And our big spot today is the 7240s. Whether or not we get there, SPY. Hold on, I have a calculator on that, Katie. I have a spreadsheet. Let me convert it. 1 second. Oil getting some traction here. Oh, here it is. 277. I don't know why my Excel's not working. 717. I don't know if this is... That could be a little bit off, but it should be around these price points here. On ES. Well, remember what I said for FOMC? This was the plan into FOMC. If they could, this is basically our plan. If they could get it to 7220s and potentially the channel pre-fed, but they didn't do that. They recycled range down, so they could just wait to do this for Apple's release. So they're still holding the line here. This is good. This is just the earliest odds if they don't do this ahead of this 149 period. So far it's looking like they want to try around here. If they test this around 146, 7, 8, like this is going to put some pretty good odds in play for that 149 to 230 window in terms of extensions. This is looking pretty promising, guys, for that 223.50 retest ahead of 149. Remember, this is what could push us to 72.28-ish, 72.32. 72 to 32, 34, 36, 38 have the most confluence today, and then our big spot is this area here. We'll see how much range we'll get, and we'll see if they just want to consolidate it once they get into the 20s. Okay, so 4.6, 4.7, 4.8 would be the best point in time to break because you'd want to be doing it ahead of this 4.9 period. 72.22 being tested here. This is what gives odds of continuing to push off that 149 window. Remember, guys, this trade is calculated, so this is off of here. Okay. This would be the time that they'd want to try breaking this by. 72.23.50 I think is highs, or 23.50 is calculated. I think 23.25 is highs. See if they can break it off that 4.8. If they break it at 4.9, that's still fine, but just maybe expect some volatility to trade after that. There's the windows around 157, 204, and then our big point in the day is that 230 period. And the reason I say that is because obviously you don't want to have some bear structures come into play off those earlier frames that we looked at. 41 minute, although it's stalled here, this is still getting a nice continuation. This flips at 311 for those that want to drop that down. That would be the fourth bar at 311 between 230. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 149, 230, and then 311 would flip back over to 352 till 4:33 and then session close. That's what could keep us durational in the after hours here. Let's watch it in the 5-second chart. I would think that volatility would increase here. What do you guys think? So if they're doing it right at the 4-9 period, that's still fine. I just think that volatility could start increasing here a little bit. There still is the window. This is just like a calculated point in time that they could basically test these 72, 23, 50 retests. And mainly because of the delays, that could still be the same sort of theme. So we'll watch the 150 because earlier they delayed here and here. Okay, here. How did you guys do on the trade? Uh, 1:49 p.m. through 2:04 p.m. through 2:30 p.m. through 3:11, 3:30, 3:52, 4:33. Okay, those are the really important times. I'm gonna take a bit of a break, you guys. I just set my exits a bit higher and I changed my trailing stop. I did take some off, you guys, on that that 130 break. Okay, so that was my first big cover. I held it all the way through, which I don't recommend doing, but I just had very, very good odds that if they sustained, they held specifically here, I would have started covering had they not retracted here. Okay, so in other words, I took on a bit of risk, which I don't recommend doing, okay, but because the upside, okay, could net me another 28 to 33, 34 points in range, okay, from this range in here. Versus if I would have gotten stopped out, I would have started stopping out right here. Off the, my entries were right down in here. Do you see how that stall could have potentially brought you back to your lows? Do you see this, you guys? So think of it like this also, okay, where the 2-3 spot is. A 33, 34 point break from here would take that out, correct? That would also be the same thing as basically retesting 5-9 off here, okay? Or this range that we had here so far is 30 points off this prior structural low. Do you see how, who's that person that was saying it earlier? Do you see how if you would have gone back to 8-8, that would have really increased your odds of getting back to here? And now you're seeing it from the actual range that occurred, okay, off this higher low. Does that make sense? Especially if they had triggered, let's say, you could just say our actual high, okay, around here. Do you see that? Off there, that would take you right back to your low of day. Does that make sense, you guys? Specifically off of here, okay? Had they taken it back to 8-8. That's where your range would have been. This is where risk would have increased. Could not afford another 71.88 break, okay? Range differential off structural hold and highs is roughly 31 points. 71.87 or 71.88, basically minus 31 points would take you back to low day. 71.57.25, 71.59 area. Okay, so sustainment here is what's is what allowed for that. And then this differential right here could be maybe some slight overhead. That's why I think we have some overhead maybe around 2.8. Okay? Because they basically recycled this on upside. That's also going to be the same thing as basically a 34-point break around here, around 2.6. And so far off lows, this is now a 66 to 65-point stall. 66, 68 points is pretty standard. And then, of course, if they start pushing here, this is where the 72, 73, 75, 76, that's where like the rest of the zone could fill. We still have a lot of time though, so sustaining structure at these ratios is probably the most important. Technically speaking, we have until what time to retest highs? Like the 72.23, I mean. What time do we have to test highs by? Whoever's listening in here, I guess, can also answer. I can't pick on people on Twitch because I can't see who's listening. But whoever's listening in here, I can pick on you. No. 129 and 130 were the median points of meeting this high a day break by. This point in time was linked to what time? No, what did I say was going to be the most important time this afternoon? I even have it highlighted in green. $2.30. Okay, so technically speaking, we don't have to take it out till 2:30, okay, or at least before 2:30. But that obviously would give us some decreases in range, right? So that's why it's a bit more ideal if they do it around this 157, 204, because if we do it before, at least we can secure it, okay? And then that way they can at least extend in the zone, okay, to these areas here. And then it gives us time to do what? Before the last hour of the day and before earnings. What does that give us time to do? Something that we haven't done in this area yet. We haven't done this yet, by the way. What does that give us time to do? Digest. Okay, so I think testing it ahead is important to reduce volatility for that last hour of the day. Because we haven't digested anything above 08, 12, 14. Okay, so that area is untested, undigested. When you don't digest something and you just sweep through it, does that increase volatility when you return? Yes, right? So I think at least getting these tests of 2-3, or at least they would help us have some time to digest this afternoon. So this was the window that I figured if they don't do it around 4.9 was 57 or 204. 157 testing, 72, 23, 75. That was that next interval I had off that 149 period. So this is perfect timing off that continuation bar. That was the median point here between our intervals. So this kind of keeps odds in play. That was perfect timing on that. That was really good timing. This is also linked to some of these end of day breaks this afternoon. If you want to track that, I think this point in time is, I don't remember exactly, but let me find it. Because this is a pretty generic time. I think this was also linked with that 21 minute we looked at earlier, the 7 minute, 3 minute, 9 minute, 57.63. That it was a calculated midpoint, but anyway, it was still worth noting. And let me just go back and double check. That was the 44. That's exactly on time, you guys. And right around where I figured they would stall. There's some overhead around, I said initially around like 2.5 to 2.8. 2.8 has, I think, the most overhead, but initially 2.5. This is exactly the kind of PA that you want to see happen here, especially at these points in time, you guys. This is keeping odds very, very, very high. And we also have now a lot of really nice looking structures that basically run until at least 2 o'clock. Okay, this one flips over at 2:20. So there are some earlier flips, you guys, aligned with lows today. This one here is 2:20. I really, really like this specific frame because take a look at this. Do you see this? 208. Are you watching? 1016, 220. Do you see this? Look, and you can add the minute like delay. So I would say 2:20, 2:21 p.m. are going to be very, very, very crucial. There's that 2.8 snap. Look at that break. 72.28 being taken out here. That was the first bigger overhead that I figured they'd have beneath that 72.31, 32.33. And specifically on a 157 break, this keeps odds in play for that 2:30 period basically to get into the channel. Don't forget too that we have odds of core today. Okay, so for whoever's trading this into tomorrow, okay, I've covered some of my contracts for today. I left 3 runners, but I have some contracts for tomorrow just in case they give us our core ranges. 7,271, 7,275, 7,278. Okay, some median ranges are seen around 5.2, 5.6, 5.8. I already sent you guys these, but these are our bigger targets. I don't know if we can get zone entries today. That would be absolutely insane. But on SPX, you can kind of think of it as like they're already hitting a new zone here, which is what they did when they triggered here. Okay, so SPX now testing that 7,200. So you can kind of think of it like SPX triggering these 72.20s and 30s would be the same thing as ES triggering, I think, 72.50s and 60s. That's like right off the 2 o'clock stick. So that's putting very, very, very good odds of testing this 72.32 to 72.37 area by that 204. This was a huge spot. So is the 3.234. You can obviously mark them if you want. It's kind of just this whole area, but 2.8 was really the big spot. So the thumb taking it out in a single stick is going to for sure put these areas in play here. This is the kind of price action that like people dream about, okay? There's that 717 printing on SPY, Katie. On that stick break. So that was right then, because it was around that 220, what did I say, 72.24 to 34? 34 was 18, so that makes sense. And then if they, the 720, I think, or 719.50 was the spot if it breaks to that 4.4. Okay, that area is if we basically break 720, I think I put, or like 7, it was like 719 0.75 or something, I think was that 72.38 to 72.44. It was around this 720 area. What an insane trade, you guys. That is crazy. That's a core to core break, you guys. We hit our weekly targets. That is insane. 723841 are what would continue to be in play, with odds of getting this 58, 54, 61. These areas, I sent you guys the targets anyway, but this area in here would have some odds, especially with Apple earnings, especially if they keep us in this range here ahead of Apple earnings. That could actually even push us to that new zone. This is what I figured would get people really thrown off. Okay, a new zone, 7,300. Technically, it could be in play if Apple has a good earnings and they take this to an appropriate spot. We have the highest odds today of 72.52, 72.58, 72.64. Means, considering the calculated ranges that I sent you guys earlier and how it would be aligned with the 7151 hold. You guys should have made pretty good money on these trades. Like even the few runners I left on that are trading over 3 from 70 cents. Like that's a really good trade. And those are obviously pretty in the money now. Notice where they pinned the 0304. 7232 close on that is really good. That means that they're pinning the top of the zone here, okay? Off these sticks. And they did test 3-3, which means that they want to try entering the channel. This could be a sweep into 230 are my thoughts. I think digesting would be the better route to go, to be honest, but if they wanted to kind of keep volatility on, then they would sweep it. Nesting would be the better alternative, like basically digesting this area here now that they've hit what more upside do you want than 71.58 to 72.32? Like what? That's not true. What do you mean? You could literally trigger 72.50s and 60s depending on how they react here during this period. If they don't want to digest and they want to just get to the channel, then they're going to get to 72.50s and 60s. If they want to digest and wait around till Apple earnings, then they'll probably just sit in here. But I'm more than content with a 71.58 to 72.32 type of trade. That's a huge trade. These areas are what could basically get us to 72.88, 7300 by May 4th if they don't push, I guess, like today, let's say. Because don't forget that we're still in our continuation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What usually happens on 10th bars, you guys? Every 3 to 4 cycles. We're in the 10th bar right now, don't forget. Between April 30th till May 4th. So the final date on this would be when? Tomorrow. Could we see a 2-day continuation here? An expansion? means you could see mass expansions to like 7,300 if they really wanted to, or at the very least to our core ranges, okay? Our core targets. What are our core targets? And based on the fact that we opened at 71.85 this week, that is a core area, so it could be core to core. What would our core targets be if that were the case? What would that be? I'm trying my best so that you guys capture these full trades. We can look at it in a second. Anyone take Apple? It's almost getting close to that 275 target too. Apple was also a really good play. Crude short was also a really nice play. So far they're digesting above 2.8, which is why they could still push here. Like, if they stall here again, then you'd want to probably start digesting here. But as long as they're holding over 2.8, they're still trying to push this 3.6 area, are my thoughts. The thing though, Sandman, is even though I jumped on and told everyone to take this long off 71.58 and why between 5.8 and 6.4, and that we could easily get to these retests today and potentially push to core, like 72.22 to 32, get to 44, maybe push to the 50s and 60s, and at 70s after hours, A lot of people still won't do it. Okay, they still will miss the trade somehow, some way. Even if I'm streaming the whole thing and giving entries and exits and whatever, they'll still miss the whole thing. I don't know why, but they do. It's a really, really weird. I never understand it, but. Yeah, a lot of these were really nice trades. Just don't chase highs here though, guys. I had a mark at 218. 215 and 216 are generic times of day for ES, or 221, 24. Oh, thank you. Well, I don't. Are you in my Discord or no? Because I jumped on Discord, okay, right when we were starting to hit 71.58 and said I'm gonna take a long here because this should be a calculated support, and I went over why that was a calculated support for like 30 minutes prior to jumping on here. I jumped on here, I think, one back in here or somewhere here. But this is the plan. They're still working in those core intervals. 72.44 is huge. So is 3.6. And I wonder what they might do here, guys, by... I'm actually really curious to see what they're going to do by 2:30. Considering it's such a huge time of day. Let's start setting some higher alerts here. 72.33. 72.36.25. There was a lot of confluence earlier around the 72.3637. And the 38. Obviously our 72.40 is the big spot. 4445 is the really big spot. There, look at that break. This is off that 216 trigger. Like I was saying, 215, 216, they're generic triggers usually every day. So, and then so are the 21, 24 periods, so we can watch them anyhow. Same with 230, 32. 230 is the flip today though, so it's going to be fun to see what they do during this period. I figured when they held 2.8 that they were just going to try testing 3.6. That's exactly what they're doing. 72.28 holds implies 7.236, 7.238 tests. If they wanted to digest, they would have taken it lower. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'll be right back. Before I go, can someone write this in here? Izzy thinks if market is some way, somehow able to trigger that 72.44 to 45 by this 2:30 period, that's what could really expand the market. 72.44 is huge. Okay, this area here is huge. So they've already proven that they can get to highs around these points here. Okay, and already broken into the channel. They're holding 2.8. They're not breaking it back down. So far they're not looking like they want to digest, unless of course they start stalling 3.4, 3.6, 3.7. But getting to 7.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5 around this period here would be a massive break on the index, okay? Because this 2:30 period is aligned to keep us in play till 4:33 p.m., okay? That means that would probably include Apple's earnings. Does that make sense? And it's a massive 3-bar, okay? If you want, you can measure the 3-bar yourself to see the type of range that would occur between that period. Okay, and that could be There's also some odds at 220, like I said earlier, 220, 221. That's these ones here. That's a 77-point break, okay? Do you understand that that would be a core break? That could potentially be like the 107, 108. Do you understand that concept, you guys, of if they hit that? And that's what could give like those mass expansions to basically a new zone, 72, 88. It's a huge, huge, huge area if it breaks, okay? And specifically around these points in the day. Another way that you could look at this is they could do another 77-point extension. That would be the 7300s. Okay, and I don't think anyone would expect this, to be honest with you, so we're going to be the crazy ones that do if they give us that sort of expansion scenario. I think a lot of it's going to be based on what they do during these upcoming periods here around 220, 221, 224, 230, 232. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just eating, you guys, but even them sustaining 72.31, 32 here ahead of 230, still good. They didn't expand. Clearly, they kind of exhausted off when I took that break right here, just ahead of that 218. So about 5 points in range is what that makes sense, like close to that 3,840. So they are starting to delay just a little bit. We'll see what they do off the 230, 232, 236 period though. 230 looks like it's getting a retest here. So 72.30, 725 exactly at 230. That was that next calculated range. See if they keep odds in play here. This is still helping because they're still holding above 2.830. Once they start basing above 3.334, that's where I would think they would continue to extend in the channel to like 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 40, 41, 42, 44. The next durations here are off that 32, 36, 39, and then obviously 3.11, and then these extensions around 3.30. 403, 352. I'm pretty late in the session today. This triggering though at 230 is what's going to keep those odds in play for that second half. Do you guys have any idea what's happening here? Do you have any idea what they're doing? They're literally avoiding digesting, okay, to keep this going into the channel. That's why they held 2.8. That's why they held 30. That's why they tagged 3.4. That's why they broke 3.7 and tagged it at 2.30. 72.38 being tested here. 72.44 still has some odds here. This is the area that really expands the market. And this could actually put the 72.50s in play for real time if they really don't want to digest this afternoon, okay? So pretty big points in the day here. I haven't measured the mid-ranges between 2.30 and 3.11, but I would imagine that they're probably just before 3. So we could probably watch around 2.50, 2.54. These are massive spots for ES. I don't remember what 239 was. I have no idea what 239 is. But I guess we can see what happens. If they give us single sticks for this area here, that is going to be insane. I think we did say, because there are some midpoints. So obviously between 3 and here is going to be 245, but there was a flip at 311, so I wonder, that's like the 21-minute intervals, 22. I think we said this earlier, around 250, 51, 54. Basically, if they can break this between 230 and 3, that's pretty huge. Even, not even break it, like even just test these areas here, okay? Because what they're trying to do, actually, I'm not going to tell you what they're doing. What are they trying to do here without me having to tell you? In general, I know that these are calculated areas for us, but what are they trying to do? And don't ask me why they're calculated areas, because I gave you guys 5 PDF files of why they're calculated areas, okay? And we went over it earlier too. If you need it again. But from base theory, what are they doing? How could they technically, yeah, if they swept the channel, if they don't digest the 72.14 to 32, and they sweep the channel, okay, that's obviously going to increase volatility, but that's what could push price. Okay, and that's basically what would give us those much bigger breaks that I sent earlier, in case you guys need a reminder of them. Here, here, okay. So the big areas of confluence though was around the 72, 44, 40, 45. Okay. In case you guys already forgot why. There's multiple reasons why, but one, that's the 88-point break from real time. Okay. 2, that's going to be that 107 to 110 point break to 115 points off basically overnight lows, which are our weekly lows. Okay. 3, off today's open. They're already going to break a 44-point ratio here. That's what could push these 50s. Because anything above 88, you have to break. Anything above 115, you have to break. Does that make sense? And if you break 88 off real time lows, then that's when you can start getting 102, 103, 104. 72.50s and 60s are in play today for real time if they can take out this 72.44, 45. I say that with really high confidence. I think that they could actually do it, especially since they broke at the exact points in time and price. I would say if they can break and tag these ranges and avoid coming back down, so they'd have to avoid basically digesting and sweeping. They'd have to sweep, avoid digesting, then they could do this in real time today. Earliest odds are probably as close as like 245, 244. There's a window around 251, 250, and 254. This is the midpoint between 230 and 311, which was that next window that we had. 72, 40, 41. I mark this because this is the mid channel. This is still a pretty big overhead here too. But this area in here between 4.5, 4.4, 4.6, this is huge. Okay, this is a massive area of confluence here. What do you guys think? You think that they'll do it in real time? What do you guys think max range is for real time? Can you guys actually answer this time on the poll? Max range for real time. 72.44 to 72.48. 72.52 to 72.58. 72.61 to 72.66. 72.71 to 72.78. I don't really think we'd get this, but I'll just put it in here anyway. Okay. Can you guys vote? I set that for 5 minutes. I want to see what you guys think prior to hitting 72.44, just based on today's price action. Okay? Did I make this shareable? Like, I never understand why people don't follow instructions. Like, just click the link. I need an iced coffee is what I need. Here, since people want to just... There you go. This is going to be a very hard call to make, you guys, because if they get this break, I have to start thinking that we could see 7,300. Okay, so, and this is the 10th bar, okay, on that 2-day continuation, and we talked about this 4 weeks ago. We could hit 7,300s by month end. Okay, if they did it, it would be absolutely insane. Okay, but if they trigger 72.88 by month end, that could net us another what? What does that net us potentially going into mid Q2? A 100 points. Just base theory. I'm gonna make coffee. One sec. I bought these iced coffee cups and I don't know where I put them. I can't really see. Are they breaking 3.8? You guys off the 250, 51? I need to give someone mic access. I didn't hear any alerts go off. Four two. Yeah, sorry, I meant 40.75 or 4.1. I would imagine if they start stalling around these points in time, volatility is going to start increasing, especially since we haven't digested the 20s or the 30s or the 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 areas. So if they want to keep going, they can't stop. Where do they stall? 2-1. These were the more calculated points in time, but these are the midpoints between 251 and 254. What did you guys vote for? Oh, this tastes kind of weird. Majority voted that 44 and 48 is the max range for real-time session today. Second place was 5258. Third place was 6166. No one voted that we'd get to the zone in real time. No. No. You guys, they don't have to hit 72.88 in real time today. Okay, that's if they wanted to expand on that 10th bar through the 30th and 1st, okay? If they don't want to stall back and digest here. Obviously, if they stall these areas, then they're going to have to come back and digest this range. Like, this is still a new range. It's if they wanted mass market expansions, that's what would occur, okay? And that would be based on whether or not they brought themselves into a new zone. Because, as you can see, when we did the exact same thing, it pushed us another 100 points, did it not? Us getting into a new zone, you guys, did this not push us another 100 points? Yes, 311. Did they push 100 points? Yes. Are they pushing another 100 points? Yes. If they break this channel, could they push another 100 points? Yes. Do you get what I'm saying? You guys, like, this is like a really dumbed down way of looking at it. Yes, they could, these areas can for sure push another 100 points, okay? Think of 4-4 as the midpoint, okay? Here, this is the easiest way you can look at it. Yes. I thought I sent those. I might have sent them in Discord. Here. These were the flips. Whoever wants them. And then there's one at 3. I don't think I included the 3, but there is one at 3. I kind of stopped tracking too. I didn't really track any of these smaller ones. This one is 3. That's the 311 off our 41 minute from earlier. Your midpoint would probably be between that 3.9 and 3. You could also watch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is like a volatility period. Maybe you could track like the midpoints between 11 and 52. I didn't measure those yet, but them stalling like this area here. I would, like I said before, basically if they try breaking or testing this area before 3 or even like that 311 mark, this is like the extension. That's what would avoid digesting. If they stall at these points in time, then I would think that they would probably just digest this afternoon off those areas and then stall and wait till the after hours with Apple's earnings. If that makes sense. So basically they would keep it nested in the channel. Right? My calls went from 70 cents to $4. That's actually insane. That's actually crazy. And that 70 cents wasn't even the low because I wasn't quick enough. So my thoughts were basically if they can just do it before here. Let's maybe measure these intervals here. I did mark these off those flips, but 352 is very important too, so that there could be some late odds. Same with 433. I'm pretty sure I saw something around 4, I don't remember if it was 415 or 420, but anyway, that's after the bell. Date range. What was our 330 flip for? Do you guys remember? 330. The issue is I'm tracking these on my own. $330. I think that might have been like a 43. Can we check these? 43.86, 129. I was watching that 245 earlier, so it could have just been an extension or something. Or maybe it was the midpoint and I just forgot. I don't remember. I think it was a midpoint. So I don't remember any specific reason for watching 330. $311 I would say is a lot more important. And probably specific to this midpoint at 250, and that so far I think is the high. Again, we probably hit another midpoint here at 3 and 301. So be careful on the stalls here. All the range that's being reduced down, especially off 4-4 stalls. And between this 230 and 311 period is the overall range reduction. Earlier they reduced range by, I think we said 5 points, right? And so we said that there could be some overhead around the 5-point range. They did take that out. So now they reduced it by 5.75, which I think is what would give us 4-6. Okay, so they're still trying to keep odds in play. Okay, off of here it's 4-6. Off of the actual high it's like 4-7. But they'd have to get moving at 3-301. These are the midpoints. 3 p.m. trying to sustain 72.36. Those were the calculated areas that we looked at earlier. Off this range in here. That keeps odds in play. I'm seeing some calculated range close to 4.625. I'm gonna lose my voice, I think. If I lose my voice today, you guys don't get any streams tomorrow. Sorry. You guys are on your own tomorrow. I think giving you guys a 500% play is probably more than enough. This is probably going to go even higher too. And also because you guys majority voted for 72.44, and 4.8 as being max range, they'll probably give us 5.8 and 6.4 in real time today, just because the majority voted for that. No, anything above that, Brendan, is an expansion. That area is a huge trigger, okay? Get SPX ready if they break. A general rule I made up, you guys, is I always watch the first 5 minutes after 3. Okay, so like usually around 3:04, 05. In this specific case, if we're looking at quarterly intervals, so 75% of the range from 2:30 till 3:11 would occur right here. The final few odds would be right around that same exact point in time. Okay, so right around 3:11 would be the 3:05, 3:06. Okay. This is if they want to keep odds in play till that 3:11, 3:10. One would be the best point in time to take this out by, or at least test 4.4. We haven't even tested 4.4, 4.5 yet. At 3:11 or when? If they actually want to extend and expand the channel over 4.7, 4.8, and maybe even push us to the means. We held in the means here. Okay, I know this looks so insane. Oh my god, this looks insane. We held the means, which means we can obviously get to the means today. I think at least engaging with this area here around 3:05, 06 would be good, but definitely before 3:11, okay? You don't want to do it after the flip because that's where volatility is going to happen again. Kind of like what happened. Where was it? Here. Do you guys feel like this area is heavy? It should feel super heavy up here. Because it is. What does that daily even look like now? There's a Tesla thread, but here you go. Whoever's in Tesla. This one's kind of crazy because I couldn't find my Tesla template, so I had to remake it, unfortunately. I'll just make this shareable. How do I do this again? Anyone else in here want Tesla? Apple sustaining 272.80, that's huge. This would give Apple also the highest odds to tag that 275, especially on a 272.80 hold. Does anyone want the Tesla template? Look at them breaking, you guys. Oh my god, they're doing it right, you guys, at 306. That's insane. 305, 306, testing 72.45. This is ahead of 311. This is what's going to give market super high odds of getting those big breaks today. I just want to see, though, if they have constructive price action this time. So back at 230, you see how they tested 3.6 and then stalled. The reason why we want to do this ahead of time this time is to prevent us from basically stalling like we did back here. Okay, so 4.5, 4.5, 4.6, 4.4. These are the calculated spots. Back in here, so was 3.6, 3.7, 3.8. Okay, but they tested it right at 230. Okay, versus doing it ahead of time. So we want to do it before 311. The midpoint is around 306. Between the 301 and 311 period, the median point is this point here, because 5.5 minutes would be around this 6-minute bar. Okay. $74, $72.45 tested. I'm kind of nervous because I don't know what I should do with my triggers, you guys. I still have all my position for tomorrow. I need to decide if I'm just going to actually hold that overnight or not. I don't usually hold earnings overnight. I need my soundboard, just in case. Just in case they trigger. Yeah, Tesla was getting a really nice pump into this. 385.15 is the big spot on Tesla. Apple is, I think it's about more than halfway now, because this is, Apple's finally cleared, okay? So you see this? Now Apple's holding right off the 50% range at 273.95, just ahead of this 311 period for Apple. So even individual names are looking okay ahead of this 311. What do you guys think? You think that they will close above this spot here? The exact range I think is closer to 4.450, 4.5. Close for 310, 311. What do you guys think? This is what could really change the dynamics of today, okay? Especially if they look away and run with it, then they're not going to look back, okay? Especially off these areas here. Can you guys vote on that, please? I only set it to a minute since it's coming up here quick. So, based on how they traded and based on the midpoints at 305, 306, I think they have a pretty decent odd. 72.44 being retested here at 310. I'm not sure if they can get the full structure break at 310, but even if they can tag it. Either way, they still tested it ahead. Look at that. 72.45, 75 tested, you guys, at the final few seconds here. That's insane. You guys, this is such a crazy session. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys don't even know what this means. This means that the market could go to 7,300. You guys are not as excited as you should be. These are in play off these types of breaks at these times. This keeps it durational till 4:33. You guys don't even know what you're up for. This is insane. 72.44. Exact open at 311. You guys, that is crazy. That is nuts. This is going to keep us potentially in play for duration of the session today into Apple's earnings. Obviously, Apple needs to have progressive price action here too, but this is keeping that 10th bar in play, okay, into end of session today. But why? Like, Ah, you should have set a trailing stop. The odds were just too good. Do you guys see where we're trading at 311? I don't know if you guys are excited. That this is pretty exciting. The fact that they're sitting at the exact price again is insane. What was our next window? I don't think I have one. I don't remember what this 330 is here. I know 342 and 352. We could probably start now just measuring off the 21 and 41. I feel like that's going to be like the safest bet here because that was 311, 352. I need midpoints between 311 and 352. Because this is where they can start testing 4.6, 4.7. I need to double check my position too. You guys, this is where they can start sweeping up these areas. So this is probably, yeah, okay, that's what it was. Sorry. This point in time is roughly the midpoint of that 301 and 310. So close to like 330, 332. This period here is the midpoint, okay? And I think this initially was what I measured off that 301. Where is it? Here. Half of 301 and 352. 72, 47, 50 being tested. That's exactly what I would expect on a 4-4 break. They could push this right into the means here and sweep the rest of the channel. Let me just quickly look at this. 25.5 minutes would, it should be right around here. So like right into imbalance, okay? The midpoints between 4-2 and there is same thing. It's around those 21-minute intervals. So right around that 321. So favorable odds ahead of 330 basically. This period is going to be the most important though, I think, between here and end of session. If we break 4-8, majority of you are wrong. Okay. I voted for 5-8 and 6-6 because of how they held this. If they hadn't held here and if they didn't break exactly off these points here, that especially this break here at 130, this here 129, 130, this is what kept us in play, okay, at least until 2:30 this afternoon. Okay, 2:30, getting that stick break last second is what kept us in play till 3:11. Is 3:11 now keeping us in play till 3:52 and 4:33? What do you guys think? Is this keeping us in play based on PA there at 3:11? Thanks, Brendan, but I should have done a lot more SPX. I hope you made money on that, Brendan. We could get some really nice end of day trades too. I know that this area is kind of scary, but even off like the holds here over 20, it's a bit scary obviously, but when they held 2.8, 3.2, that's why I was saying you can obviously be careful. Don't gamble into highs. Our calls are almost at like 450. That is insane. I ended up taking some more dailies when they held the 72.22 like off highs when they held here. When odds are high, you just have to kind of go with it. Anyway, I really hope we tag those 72.50s today. That would be insane. That's going to keep 72, 72, 72, 78, 72, 81, and maybe 72, 88 in play for after hours into Apple earnings today. We almost always enter a zone or a channel before a big catalyst like this. Amber is the color of my energy. Is that a good thing? I knew Zabin wouldn't disappoint. I know that chart I sent was messy, but oh, I don't know what that is. Maybe I am young after all. Well, they tagged 4-8, so. Who was it that sent that? I can't pull up that poll anymore. Who sent that? 70. I hope Katie's making a lot of money. I hope Eddie made a lot of money today too. 72. I can't find it in here. Oh. Okay, 4-4 was 4-8, sorry, was what majority of you voted for as max for real-time session today. Ahead of this 3-11 break. Which I don't understand. Why did you guys vote for 4-4 and 4-8 as being max if they met every single condition on time? And if they also were sustaining 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, 3-8 ahead of them. What was the reasoning for voting for that? I hope those visuals help too. I did post them on Twitter and on Substack too, but I feel like the visuals were probably the most helpful today because they're just easier to kind of follow along. Some slight range reduction here ahead of that 321 to 325 period. Can someone send me, this is going to be hard, those charts I sent earlier, can someone send me the ranges? Can someone type them out, please? And type them out like this. Don't type them out like this, okay? Off the spots, and send me like the range that it's correlated to. I know it's going to be hard to see, but I need these. Send me these levels, please, because I deleted this chart. I know that 3, 6, 7, 5, 4, 1, 4, 4, 4, 6, 5, 2, 50, 60, 62, 50. I didn't mark them on here. I don't know if I marked them here. No. So on SPX, the goal would be basically, you know how we hit ES highs of 72.23, sorry? It would be basically the same idea here, is like SPX triggering 72.21.22. We're hitting a pretty big overhead here. See you, Booth. I hope you have a good day. These are the spots that we looked at earlier. I had some of them marked, but not all of them. These are the big, big, big areas, though. Yeah, I don't know, Zabin, that's... It might be hard, because I basically want, like... I guess, actually, you know what? Never mind. I could just pull up the sheet. I forgot. Where's that sheet? This. Where is it? I sent it last night. Did I send it last night or this morning? I sent it this morning. Don't ask me why, but I woke up at 5:30 this morning, okay? I don't even know how. I'm not tired because I woke up at 5:30. And I did not go back to sleep for some reason. Just trying to find that. Where is it? Here. This. Okay. These. The only thing I would maybe add is maybe, can someone calculate them off, send the calculations off 7157, 7158, and that 7200 open, okay? That's probably the only thing that's missing here. Technically, you could send them off 7133 holds, since the ones I have in there are off. Sorry, I don't want to get distracted and miss anything. I don't know if, did I send these today? Can you guys see this? Hold on. This. Yes, I did post these. Okay. These are the targets, okay? These breaks, these hold, okay? So obviously today we could have had a little bit higher since we held 3-3. So that's the 7190 area holding. Can someone fix this for me and just send me the actual ranges for the 7133 hold and that 7158 hold and then that 7200 spot? I marked them earlier with you guys, but if you could just basically redo this, that would be really, really, really helpful, because then we'll have like the exact spots, okay? So basically these. But I need them off of what I sent earlier. It's just kind of hard to read on that chart. These were the spots, by the way. So when looking at this, that makes sense, because continuation ladder with a 3-1, 3-3 hold would be 7-2-2-8. Does that make sense, you guys? Can someone confirm if that makes sense? Like, these I calculated off of 3-1, okay? Obviously, if we add 2 points from that 3-3 hold, this would be like 90 or 91. Okay, this would be 2-8. This would be like 4-8. These would be a little bit higher. Those are the spots I need. I need the exact ranges. And it does make sense, because that would be off these. Okay, instead of this. That's off that 3-3, 7-5. These are the 115 point intervals, you guys. So it's 71, 48, 75. 48, 75. is the 115 max core ratio. That's what could expand. That's why they're stalling there. These were the 23.75. This would make sense as being those 58 point intervals, hence the need to have held 9.2. Does that make sense? These were the 54 point intervals. Okay, so usually when you get those, you can skip over to the 70s. These are probably the 78 when they broke. This is when you'd hit 88 points in range. So basically them sustaining 88 points here is what allowed this extension, okay? And then the 72.28 is off of here. Okay, those are the 72, 76, 78. Do you see this? This is a 79 point hold. This is a core hold, which means they basically want to try, this is an 88 point break from there. They want to try pushing core ranges off today's lows. That's what I'm seeing. That's the 60s. The confluence off today's open is going to be these are the 17 point intervals. These are the 22, 25. Those are those micro core ratios. 34 points here. These are probably 44 points breaking here, which would be a 52 point break. Off lows, I think this is the same thing as triggering those 115. It's basically our means. We can just say between 62, 52, 58, and 66. This is a very heavy area. So these price points, like 5.8, 5.7, and this 3.4 are more linked to 4.8 than they are to 4.6, okay? That's the 115 point ratio here. That's an 88 point break right here. This is a very, 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 very heavy area because this is what could basically extend the market. $330, $332 period coming up here. So far there's been about 4 points in reductions, I think. I'm just going to mark 4875 because that is a very, very big spot. I'm going to also note here that this is 115 point ratio. You can see the exhaustion coming in here off the stalls off 330 and stalling 4.8. Because you can, as you can see, those could have pushed us to basically 5.3. That would have been the first target. That's the 103 point break off 71, 57, and 58. Basically the spots that I'm telling you guys about. Okay, let's do one more pull because why not? Okay, we can real-time highs. Highs are in at 72.48 with 72.48, 75 being calculated. How many still think that they can trigger this range in here? And then how many think that they can potentially trigger 72.66? I think getting this area is going to be pretty hard, but I'll set this for 5 minutes. The reductions during this period are likely what would stall us from getting those breaks, and they're probably close to like the 5 to 6 point ratios, because that's what would have pushed 4-8 into here, and that's what could end up turning this into a pinnable type of close in the channel and saving the remainder of the move into Apple's earnings or something. These are huge areas for the market that could obviously recycle us down. Do we still have a buffer on the downside? This is the interesting part. If markets wanted to be a little bit volatile today, do we still have a buffer on the downside? Well, no, but also ES pinning anywhere between 72.22 to 32 to 44 and 48 definitely gives Apple some decent odds, because that's a really good position for the index to be trading in pre-earnings. We still have a buffer for the week, though. What's our buffer for the week on downside? That market basically left. That would be a crazy scenario, I guess, if like Apple missed or something like that, and then they did something like that and maybe like bearish engulfed us or something. What's the buffer on the downside for the index for the week? No, 70.80 is definitely not a buffer. That's more of like a expansion on the downside. 71.22. Exactly. The 21, 20, 22, 24, that area is a bit of a buffer. Thanks for subbing, Katie. Let's get more votes, you guys. Come on, there's like a minute left and only 3 people voted. It's good to see what majority think, because majority typically can be wrong. So far, majority had voted for 8 as max range for real-time session, with 30 minutes still to go. So what do you guys think? This is clearly a big area. I realize that the 115 point is the 724875 off that 3-4 low. It's also the break of 88 points on here, and it would be the same range break off today's open. I think it was like those 24, 28 point ranges or something. Yeah, you do listen, Katie. You definitely listen. Some people, on the other hand, I think my biggest pet peeve is when I show something and then I highlight it on the chart and then I ask the question after giving the answer and no one gets it right. That's my biggest pet peeve. That's even worse than people staying silent, I think. Like, what? So 3-6, still trying to keep this in play by tagging 44. What's helping us stay in play right now? Specifically. It's not the greatest, but it's still decent. And it was mainly the fact that they did test this area here off that 311 range, and they still did close 4-5, 4-4 here. Okay? This is what's potentially keeping it in play till 352. 352 is quite a ways away though. I actually didn't measure between 352 and 330, but I mean, it probably isn't a bad idea to look at the mid-range between where we actually hit highs and 352, because that's probably a time of day that we need to start sustaining structure. So like 17, 18 minutes probably would have been around here, and then off this lower high. Minutes. Probably have to retest here. And then off our 331 and 330 and 332. That's the 11-minute interval. That's like 341. This is, so these are all important periods here. The 39 is linked to this. Okay. To this candle, okay. To this, like we just said. This. The 41 is linked to, what did we say? So 52. Wow, that's insane. Did you guys catch that? What I was just going over? So this would be like the midpoint of here. Do you see that? From 352 to this lower high. Basically, it has to try breaking structure back to not put in a lower high. That's insane. And then our 330 and 332 points, these were calculated times. That's actually crazy. These are the 11-minute intervals, which are 41. So this is where market could basically have an odd of making a turnaround. And then 30... I'll measure off this low, off 32. Oops. And 52 would be 10 minutes. So basically these 3 minutes here, okay? These few minutes here are the point of the day that they have to sustain off 3-6, okay, which they did. They have to come back and try breaking this bar off 330. And then I think this would be the point in time that they have to try re-triggering that candle's highs to make sure it doesn't put in another lower high ahead of 350, 352. I would imagine that there's going to be some volatility here, especially if there's like multi flips. 342 was already a flip anyway, so so was 345. 352 is our final major point in time for the session today. I always watch 355, 54 anyway, so we'll obviously watch those, and of course 350. But 52 has a lot of importance today, so 51 would be very, very crucial because that would be ahead of the flip, okay? And there was multi flips here. These were the midpoints here, here, and then here. So see if they can retract by 342. To keep this in play till 352. If they keep it in play till 352, they can keep it in play until when? Nope. After the close. Until 4:30. 4:33 p.m. Alright, who won this time? What was the highest voter? You guys voted that highs are in again? Why? Well, actually it was tied. 50% voted highs are in, and then 50% voted that 5258. 4 people voted 6166. I'm one of those 4 people, by the way, if you guys care. And 1 person voted those core ranges. I would say though that we probably won't tag the 60s if they don't clear this range like before 355. But I would say if they can clear the channel, ideally before 351.52, then odds are still very high that we can get those ranges today. Let's see. Imagine people voting for 73, 72.48 are actually right. And that ends up being the max, and they just keep stalling for 8. Four 2 was a really nice negation stick. So we need some continuation here, especially by this 45 midpoint to keep this in play for basically testing these core ranges off these times. Okay, I don't have the exact spots marked. I kind of gave up on that. It's basically between 58, 59, 61, 64. I have my alerts set on this too. There it is. They did it. 72, 48, 50 being triggered here, right ahead of that 345 period. 72, 48, 75 is a big overhead. It's our 115 point ratio. 115.5 points is also a third of 346 points, aside from core ratios. That's a max core ratio. 72, 49, and 48 are also the top of the channel. So either way, without ratios being a factor here, obviously getting the top of the channel gives us a pretty good odd of getting into the means, okay, which is this area here. This area had pretty good odds for today, considering where they held today off 71.52, and was extremely calculated off of today's lows and opened, and overnight lows off 71.33 and 34. Are they going to do this final seconds again? I don't know. They're basically stalling just beneath. For 850 is good. It's not good enough though. I know I sound crazy, but it needs 7.5. This is not going to be fun cleaning up my chart today. See if we get that immediate stick break. There is definitely a reduction stick here off our 45 mid flip. Do we still have time? Do we still have time, you guys, to take out 4875? I have like 1,000 windows open. Yes, we do. One is our cutoff. No. We actually have a window after 350 today. One's our cutoff. 52. Do you want to do it at 52 though, or before 52? I just nodded my head like as if you can see me. Yes. At 350 would make sense, but yeah, 51, 52. Come on market and give us 5-8 and 6-1 and 6-4. The volatility is definitely there for them to push. The craziest thing would be if they actually gave us 7-2, but I said that they won't in real time, but I could be wrong. Did you? I mean, honestly, if they gave enough range at 52 and 55, they could. This is where there could be some really fun end of day SPX trades. I guess we'll see. Thank you so much, Zabin. Zabin, you're the best. Like, you are the best. I missed you so much. All right, let's see. 349. See if they can try tagging ahead of 350. I'm telling you, once they trigger that spot, they could snap it to at least 5.2, 5.3, I would think. 72.49 being taken out here ahead of 350. What kind of stick break do you guys think they'll give at 350, 51? Conditions are met for 352 period here into 4:33 p.m. 71.52 to 53 was that first bigger overhead that I noticed earlier. Let me see what Zabin sent. He said, where is it? 6.2, 6.4, 6.2, 6.4. 5.1 was calculated. Oh, thank you so much, JT. I didn't even see this. Thank you. You guys are the best. That's a really clean outlook. Oh, so where is it? I guess I could just do that in Excel. 2.9, 3.2, 3.5, 6.4, 4.3, 4.8, 7.2. How come you guys barely have any marks in the 50s though? That doesn't really make sense. Look at Apple getting the breaks, guys, at 351. Apple breaking the calculated range here at 351 ahead of ES. Which white line? The arrow? This? So they're triggering here, but they're still stalling ahead of this 352. If they don't turn it back around that 354, 55, then they could definitely stall some range here. 72, 51, 25 was my first calculated mark that triggered here. It was pointing to the the price and time. And you can see the range reduction. They could probably have some volatility though in between. This still keeps conditions in play for after the bell here. Just be careful, guys. Obviously that we could see some pretty massive volatility into the close, so just be prepared for that, especially off these ranges here, and also the fact that we just didn't digest any of these areas here. Okay. So I would say that 3865 is expansion zone. Where's that other template that I have? Where did it go? I just quickly did the quick math in here. This definitely makes sense because these would easily be the first major overheads. So the first spot is obviously that 4950, then 52, then 55, 58. So there's obviously overhead around this 51, 52, 49. They're not going to continue that higher until they clear that area there, which is kind of where they're stalling. So those could be some of the ranges for after the bell here. We'll see what they end up doing off this break. I'll send them here too. And specifically after stalling off 55, 54. Okay, those are definitely some range reductions there. We'll see if they try pushing back. There is a flip at 403 that I marked from earlier that we can watch. And we'll see what they do off that final minute stick. Anywhere pinned above 72.38 to 72.44 is going to still keep odds favorable into the close. Those are still pinnable spots. But yeah, stalling definitely is what's allowed for them to not have that continuation in real time. Was basically them not closing over this area here and breaking. They still met the condition though, so this still keeps us in play till after the bell. So we'll have to see if they can break back over this 4-5, 4-6 before close. Apple selling off that same spot here too into the close. Is SPX stalled right beneath 72.20. So really big areas for both. This is pretty controlled though into the close above 3.7, 3.6, 3.8, and beneath 5.1, 5.2, 4.8. What do you guys think? How many think that they could still try taking out 4.875, 4.850 into the close? How many think that they're going to stall this range here and then wait till after hours? $48 being tested here again. There it is. 48.75 being cleared here right at 3.59. This is what could keep those odds extended. There was a flip right at 4.03. Obviously, be careful, guys. We could see some pretty big volatility into the closing part of the session here. I did take some off, but let's see what they do, because that's a good close. Closing at 72, 45, 44 is insane, because that is such a huge area. Okay? Stalling 5-1 again, though, that's where I think they could have some volatility. But either way, this is still a huge spot to be in pre-Apple earnings release. Okay, I'm going to stick around for earnings. How many people want me to stream the earnings call here? I can play the results. Just give me 1 second. And I just want to grab water. What a really good session. This...
Sinclair reaffirming its full year financial guidance for 2026. SBGI.
I hope you had a good day, because those were really big trades. Like, I really hope you guys took those trades. And I had covered some of mine early off 72.20s. Yeah, which is funny because we have the flip up.
RIOT, Riot Platforms, is out.
Okay, I'm going to leave this playing in the background for you guys. I want to just get off my seat for a second because I've been sitting literally all day, and get some water, and then I'll come back and kind of see how we're trading here. Either way, this was a really good session. This is setting us up for something very interesting, I think, into the after hours and into Apple earnings. Apple also triggered the calculated range, but you can see that they stalled.
167 million in revenue. The estimate 130 million for Romeo India Oscar Tango. Produced 1,473 Bitcoin versus 1,530 in the same period in 2025. That's
okay. Wait, you guys.
Romeo India Oscar Tango.
I'm gonna mute myself. If I mute myself, let me know if you can still hear him. Okay.
Amgen. Reporting revenue of $8.6 billion. The estimate on Amgen was $8.579 billion. WDC Western Digital, $2.72. The estimate on WDC was $2.39. So that's a beat for a WDC. Western Digital shares popping here on that. 449.86 the high on WDC. Revenue 3.337 billion. The estimate 3.245 billion for WDC, Western Digital. Shares now reversing and moving lower on WDC. Earnings of 57 cents for Roku. The estimate was 31 cents. SanDisk is out now, SNDK. SanDisk reporting 23.41. The estimate was $14.50 for SNDK. Sandy November Delta Kilo. So that's a large beat. Revenue of 5.95 billion. The estimate 4.7 billion for SanDisk. Shares initially spiking here, now pulling back. Sees Q4 adjusted earnings of $30 to $33 versus the 22.70 estimate. Shares reversing now and moving lower. 1,033. 1,026 now, selling off sharply now, down about $70 from the close. SanDisk shares continuing to sell off here now. 1,012. Q3 adjusted gross margin of 78.4%. Uh, 1,000 now and holding on to 1,000. RDDT Reddit reporting $1. The estimate on Reddit was 58 cents. So that's a beat for Reddit. Romeo Delta Delta Tango. Share is volatile here right now, trading about flat on Reddit. ILMN, Alumina reported 87 cents. The estimate was 97 cents, so that's a miss for Alumina. Revenue 1.09 billion. The estimate 1.07 billion for Indy Lima Michael November. Reddit shares popping here, $158, up $11. CLX Clorox reported $1.64. The estimate $1.55 for Charlie Lima X-ray sales 1.67 billion, in line with estimate for CLX Clorox. Reddit shares continuing to pop here now, 160, 175.
Who did he say?
SanDisk off the highs, off the lows now. 1,016 traded down at 1,000, down $96 at the lows.
I started the step challenge again, you guys, for those interested, so I don't sit all day. I think I have it set to start today or tomorrow. And it is finally nice out, so I plan on going outside after this. I might even take tomorrow off. Also, I was thinking, you guys,
WY Warehouser, 11 cents. The estimate was 5 cents for Whiskey Yankee. Sales 1.727 billion. The estimate was 1.716 billion for Whiskey Yankee. WY.
I was thinking I'll probably take some time off soon. I don't know why. I always think just because I have the Substack and the Discord and whatnot that I can't get like days off or like a week off. I might take some like a week off or something. I don't know when, but I need a break. I don't know. Probably not, especially after doing my taxes and stuff this past week too. Maybe maybe sometime next month or something. I'll see. Maybe I'll take it during the shorter week during May long or something. But maybe I'll take the Canadian May long weekend versus the US. There was a flip at 413. I just remarked it on my chart. That's what it was from earlier. I couldn't remember exactly, but it was 413. And these are like the extensions.
Coming up in about 16 minutes at 4:30, earnings from Apple, expecting $1.94. That's AAPL.
Those are the midpoints, okay? So them bringing it back to 4.6 here, that's pretty good. If we measure the midpoints off where they actually stalled highs and are 43, that would be, what, 21 and a half bars or so. What do you guys think Apple's gonna do here?
ILMN Illumina board authorizing additional share buyback.
Our marked here is close tomorrow.
$1.5 billion. India Lima Michael November.
Are you taking the day off? I might do a short day tomorrow, depending on how this goes. Like if it looks like we're gonna get stuck in the channel zone, then I might take the day off tomorrow. It'll really depend on if they're gonna give us like a full core-to-core extension. Oh, that sucks. Well, hopefully you'll still be around in the chat. This is the 4:15 SPY close here.
Q Biopharma expands pipeline with exclusive license from Ascendant Health. Q to pay $15 million up front, $676.5 million in milestones for Ascendant 221. That's CUE.
So I would think that basically if ES can get back to this 4925, 4875.
That's Charlie Uniform Echo.
Ahead of 430, that could be beneficial for Apple. Targets stay the same.
AIG reporting. AIG reported.
Actually, did I turn my mic back on?
$1.41. The estimate on AIG was $1.84.
I'm gonna have to really clean up this chart today. Oh, if they bring it back over this area here, then it's gonna keep those targets in play. They're roughly around these 60s, so we'll see what they do. Apple needs a break over this 272.80. Also noticing after hours that they broke down a little bit more range than they broke upside on these two areas, but okay. And then off our calculated spots, which are here. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see that. They're still trying hard to hold off where they actually broke down. They're holding that range, but where's the close? and closes. There's this stall right here, okay? I don't know if you guys can see that, but can you see this? So this is what's putting us at risk of 267 on Apple. It's like the differential between these calculated spots and here. Can you see that? And they are holding there, so I mean that's good. It means that there's an odd that they could bring it back to 272. Okay, off the calculated closing points. But this is the area that it's calculated to. It's 260.
Shares of SanDisk right now around $1,011, $1,012, just off the lows, down about $85. Shares of Roblox off the lows now, $46, down about $9 from the close, following their report. RBLX. Roku off the highs now, $129.01, up about $12.50 on Roku.
I found it interesting that SPX closed around that 72.10.08 and 12.
Apple coming up in 10 minutes at 4:30.
Okay, I'm going to use the washroom before Apple's earnings.
NRG naming a new CEO, November Romeo Golf, Robert Gaudette, effective April 30th. That's NRG.
So just a heads up, you guys, these structures, okay, that formed, okay, and these are off our low ranges from earlier today. I don't remember the exact one. I think it was 246. Yes. Okay. These, okay, can essentially have continuation into tomorrow. These are in play for 3-bar continuation for tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be around that. The fourth bar is between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. So I guess London session could see some volatility tomorrow.
RIVN, Rivian raises initial Georgia plant capacity to 300,000 vehicles per year.
Oh. What should I cook today? Really calculated ahead of earnings here. 272.80 triggering on Apple pre 4:30. Which is the exact same time that ES is triggering 7,248.75. That's not a coincidence. That's extremely calculated time and price on both of these. Okay. Like I said before, this close wasn't bad. It was enough to at least keep odds in play. I think like the 3-6 was the minimum. So like I said before, like minimum 3-6, ideally 4-4, and they did tag 49, 75, and 51 ahead. So all of these keep our targets in play for these ranges after the bell here today, with some odds of getting some core-to-core breaks. I didn't think that we could get 70s if they stalled the channel, but I mean, obviously if Apple gets a crazy earnings or something, then they could push. But I did think that we could see the 60s at least. So let's see. We tagged 5-2. A lot of this was also, another way that you can look at this, guys, is the reduction in range right here, okay, is likely, especially off our calculated spots, all this right
Apple
here.
in 5 minutes. Q Biopharma announcing a $30 million private placement. That's Charlie Uniform Echo.
These are likely the ranges, okay, that they had reduced us by. And it makes sense because those are the spots I was targeting around, like the 5-8, 6-1, 6-2, 6-6, 6-8. So we'll see. And we have a flip at 4:33, so we'll be cautious of that. Is anyone trading ES after hours here? Who's trading ES? I obviously covered my SPY calls that I had expiring today. I did leave some contracts for the ones expiring tomorrow, which I know is kind of risky overnight, but our entries off 5-8 obviously leave a lot of room for risk. And I liked where we closed. On ES, I'm just gonna... ES I might cover if they don't get like a full break off this window here, because obviously volatility is pretty high. 52 being tested here. Remember, 5-8 is 100 points off lows. Once you get 103, 107, those are core ratios, and those are closer to like 61, 62, 65, 66. 71, 72 had a lot of confluence today too for the session, along with 8-8, but I feel like getting here is going to be crazy. I don't think that they'll do that in after hours right now, but I could be wrong. Apple's right in between, so this is a good spot, but obviously here would have been a bit better. Let's see. Yes. What do you guys think the max ranges will be for ES in the after hours? I guess I didn't ask you guys that. I mostly focused on real time. 525866 seem like the most obvious for real time, but what about for after hours? After hours max session range for ES. 7258 to 7263, 7264 to 7268, 7271 to 7278, 7288 plus. What do you guys think? Let's set that for, let's just set it for 2 minutes since they could move here. If you guys want to vote, those on YouTube, you can just put out a number. What do you guys think? Please vote so that we can see some of the stats.
ROKU, Roku pulled back from the highs, 125.95. ROKU.
Let's get more votes, guys. Come on.
SanDisk got a big bounce, now pulling back again, 1,037.
Look at where they're hovering just ahead. Like that cannot be a coincidence.
1,070.
Okay? 72.48, 75, 72.49 hovering just ahead of 4:30 before Apple reports earnings here. Apple trading above 278, 280. It did take out that 275.07 spot earlier, which means it could break
Apple
to that
coming up in about 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds now.
Okay, I'm going to shut up and let Charlie
Again, expecting
speak.
$1.94. Apple moving up ahead of earnings. Apple reporting $2.01. The estimate was $1.94. Sales of $111 billion. The estimate was $109.6 billion for Apple. Mac revenue $8.4 billion. Services revenue $30.98 billion. iPad revenue $6.91 billion. iPhone $56.99 billion. America's revenue $45.09 billion. Greater China $20.5 billion. Shares of Apple are pulling back now. 270. Apple down about $1.
You guys, that is
after
insane.
hours.
You guys saw where it hit.
Again,
that
Apple
is
beating
crazy.
on earnings and
exactly
on sales.
267.75. That is nuts. That was my calculated spot. Look at that. Do you see this? And that makes sense because that's the range. That was the mid range that they held here. Okay, right here.
Apple iPhone sales coming in slightly less than the
here.
estimate.
You guys, come on, that's insane. That is crazy. So, if they hold here, then they could try pushing back to here, okay? If they fail here, this is what's going to heavily reduce risk to get back to like 260.10.
That's AAPL.
That's pretty insane. 267.99, 267.75 is the calculated print on Apple. So they did hold by a penny. I guess we'll see. ES, on the other hand, I think...
Tim Cook saying that the iPhone faced supply constraints of advanced node chips, that in a Reuters interview.
I'm trying not to talk over him. We do have the flip at 433, so that's what I'm thinking if they want to try to flip it back. That's the window.
Cook said the demand was off the charts, and there's just a little less flexibility in the supply chain at the moment for getting more parts.
So this spot here, if I'm not mistaken, is linked to here. Okay.
Apple authorizing up to $100 billion share buyback, raising its dividend.
Here comes the flip too on ES. I need to take a nap after this, is what I need.
Apple shares reversing now.
There's the clearance. 272.29 clearance break on Apple, directly
Apple
to 275.
274.07 up
This is a
about
clear trade
$3.
off our
Apple raising its
267.99.
dividend a penny from 26 cents to 27 cents. And again, that $100 billion maximum share buyback.
This is pretty insane that these are the exact calculated ratios that this is breaking off of. Same with ES. ES 72.53.50 triggering. That was the next target up here. Above the 5.2. And right for our flip stick at 43. This keeps it durational until close today on ES. We'll see if Apple can clear that 275.07. Excuse me. That's actually crazy that they cleared 272.29 and stalled right at that 275 just at that 433 flip. That's insane. So this definitely still has some room to start pushing in the after hours here, but they definitely have to get over that 275.09, otherwise it's going to kind of stay stuck. Same with ES. ES tagged 5375 and then stalled off our 43 flip. Not 43, sorry, 33 flip. I think I might sign off though. Because anyway, these ranges would just kind of be like extensions, continuations. These would be max ranges for the whole session today. Okay, anywhere in between 53, 58, 61, 63, 64. These are extremely calculated for the whole session today. And that's durational till close. I think I'm going to end the stream, guys. For closing conditions, see if we can get some closing points above 72.45. Over 724875 would be the best case scenario. That's what would give us pretty good odds of having extensions tomorrow. We still are on our 2-day. I turned the bot off. Let me just put it back on. Wait. Honestly,
GoDaddy reporting total revenue of $1.3 billion.
I think I'm too good to you guys sometimes. Because I don't have to do this right now at 4:30, but whatever.
The estimate was 1.262 billion, so that's a beat.
Not a valid channel. What?
Sees Q2 revenue of 1.285 to 1.305 billion for GDDY.
Why? I don't know why he's not allowed to join it for some reason. What? Why? My fingers hurt from typing, guys. I really don't feel like typing anymore. 72, 44, 48, 75 close would be best for odds. Okay. If they really wanted to expand, they would just continue higher. For overnight, if they wanted to basically have a healthier move up, then obviously you'd have to come back and digest. Okay, so digestion overnight isn't the worst case. We didn't digest 72.05 to 72.14 to 72.22 to 72.32 basically. Okay, so digesting the upper zone would actually limit future volatility and nesting in the channel. Otherwise, they'll continue ramping to core ranges. I think having proper digestion would be better. What do you guys think? So let me just pull up a template that's not so crazy. Kind of like in here. So if we had a zone break like we did today. Okay. It keeps texting me. Okay, so kind of like how we had a zone break today. And then we have our channel, which is here. Okay, and then we have our core areas in here. Don't ask me how I did that fast. But anyway. Okay, so obviously if we're going to have a better overnight break, then I think it makes more sense that they did a really, really good job this afternoon. Let me just delete a bunch of these because we don't need them anymore. I think they did a really good job this afternoon in sustaining 8.8, 8.9. Okay. Let me just set this to a 5-minute. What do you guys think? Like this here, I think was really good sustainment. Obviously, we still have risk at 22 this week, which that would be like a massive bearish engulfing or something tomorrow. That would only be the case if I would say if they started to fail back structure beneath 72.05 again. Okay, it would kind of be the same thing rinsed and repeated. It's pretty obvious. Where did we not digest, you guys, just by looking at this? Where did they fail to digest? There's no digestion in here. Okay, so, and even in the past, if you look at this, have we really digested this area at all? Like above 20 and kind of in between here, like between 08 and 20? What do you guys think? Does this look like this was ever properly digested to you? In here. No, right? So I would say like, okay, if they're not, if we want healthier PA and want to reduce the risk of coming back to those spots.
Shares of Apple right now down.
For starters, can I close
about
him?
$3.
If that's okay, guys, I want to end it. For starters, we already sustained 8.1, 8.8. If you go back and reference the template, use the template. Like, just use the chart I sent. It's literally in there. Those are going to be the areas that you're going to base your overnight plan around. Okay, so basically, you guys always make me do extra work. Basically, these, okay? Where's that template? I sent it this morning. here. Okay? Who's still in here and listening? This. Okay? Obviously, this is going to be your big spots, correct? Okay. Yes. Use these templates. Okay? So this. Yeah, base your plan off these areas. Okay? So clearly these are the spots. Okay? And I did say earlier that we have to fix that a tiny bit to include 5-8 and 3-1. But my point is, okay, is that these are going to be the areas that would make it so that we don't return to 71-31-32 or 71-58 or 71. Does that make sense? You guys? So reclaim zone. You can add 7191 here to make it off 3-4. Okay. Secondary spot. Here you go. You can definitely add 722850 to make it off that 3-4. Then there's these spots here. 7248. This area is basically expansion zone, which means that we have to kind of close between here. That's where they can kind of bring, this is where price can come back, okay, basically around 72.38 to 65. In between there is where there's volatility. So you tell me, you guys base the plan, okay? So make the plan, make it based on our exact ranges, which are these areas here. There's obviously some in between, but I'm just giving you guys a very like rough estimate, okay? Off the 3-1. Okay. That's the ceiling. Okay, this is the flow of things. This is what we had earlier. This is going to be a few points off, okay? But you guys get the idea. So you're going to basically use this and create your plan. So if these are now the calculated ranges, okay, in here, I'll send them. If those are now the calculated ranges, who's still on YouTube? I don't know if anyone is or isn't. These are the calculated ranges, okay? I added some in here because these were measured off 3-1 and not 3-4. So you could basically just add add 3 points to these, okay? Long story short, obviously this is now going to be key overnight, right? Hence they sustained here, okay? So zone sustainment is going to be important. That's first and foremost. That's one of your conditions. Second condition, obviously, okay, you need to try to protect 7203, 06, 08, 09, 10. Those are the big spots. You need to digest these areas, okay? These areas here between 20, 23, 26, 28, 32, 33, 38 were not digested, and it's pretty obvious. You can see it. Okay, so you need to, it was okay digested here. We don't really have to digest too much in here because they already did. But above here you do, okay, because they didn't. So let's assume, let's say they stall here and they brought it back down, okay? Are we okay to come back to these ranges here? Yes, right, with the assumption that they properly digest. So you want to properly digest between these areas to avoid heading back there, okay? And then maybe nest in the channel tonight. This would be the best for odds, to be honest, if they did something like this. If they had proper digestion and just nested in the channel, this would be better for odds, okay? This is, where's Discord? This would be better for odds if they had proper digestion in here overnight. and then sustained. If they decided to push range first and tag here, okay, let's say like the 50, 60, and then bring it down, that could trigger some more volatility. They might try holding the channel initially, okay, and then maybe bring it down, okay? And then tomorrow we could look to see where they clear the open. If they clear at 72.20s, let's say, then they could push to the 70s. Do you get what I'm saying? If they fail to sustain, that's where you could see that reversal back to basically back test our buffer. So the 71, 88, 89, 91, basically off these areas that are now linked to your lows, okay? These areas are now, these areas are linked to these lows, okay? You have to hold here, digest here, break. It's pretty simple. Everyone on the same page? Because these are the spots that are basically, they're linked to that. So if this is from 51, from 71.51, then you know that off 58, it's obviously going to be around 15, 20, 17. From 71.31 to 33, it's going to be around, so off 3.3, 3.4, it would be around 8.6, 8.9, 9.2. Okay? So you can adjust this a bit, but that's what you have to protect, okay? You have to digest, okay? And then these ranges, same thing. This would be like the upper core. So basically protect these areas here. This gives you a higher odd, and then digest these areas here. These would be the expansions, okay? So these would occur if you had proper digesting of those areas in here. The 72, basically the 72 10s, 20s, 30s, okay? That's what would allow for this. And then nesting in the channel. That then is what could basically push to this. This is the ceiling. I think it's a pretty straightforward plan. And it does make sense based on how they're trading this right now. Does that make sense to you guys? So you could honestly just use that. And like I said, if they end up pushing overnight to core and getting to like a crazy scenario would be if, let's say, they push this to core overnight and they don't stop, they don't digest, they just hold the channel, hold our spots and keep pushing. Okay, that could still trigger volatility back here. That could still be a core to core back to the 20s. Does that make sense? I want you guys to have all your scenarios so that you understand what they are. This would be a continuation without stopping or digesting scenario, aka core to core, aka core stall, 71, 72, 70s, 72, 80s, and potential core retest to 72, 20s if they wanted to close the week and pin the week. Either way, you guys, these are all from the report. So this is insane that we actually hit all these ranges today. We're still on that 2-day continuation. 10th bars are usually expansion periods, so this is clearly an expansion so far. I haven't measured the bars on here, but that could also be something else you could do. Like, so 10th bars are usually linked with 3rd and 7th. So 1, 2, 3. So 161 points. So far that's hit that. So, you know, those could kind of give you an idea of like maybe what's like a max. Okay. Versus like what it could come back to. That makes sense because that would be the 20s. Does that make sense? Like off using this 3rd bar as like a guide. 7th is the 102. So same sort of idea. Like obviously it's basically if it holds above here, which is the 72.36, they could just keep pushing this, right? Or off open, it would be that 72.52, which is the overhead. So that's pretty crazy because that's where they're stalling. So in other words, it would be like the only way they would avoid that is if they keep holding 3.736 and stay around 5.2, then they'll just keep breaking upside. Which so far that's what they're doing. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna sign off, you guys. I'm pretty tired. We'll see where they end up hitting this. Good session. I probably will stream tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna post too much overnight though. Yeah, yes. Not yes. Apple kind of stuck here. It tagged that and then stalled, so it's right back off that calculated range. The spots I had beneath this were 263.30. Okay, I'm gonna close this. You guys have a good rest of your afternoon. I hope this makes sense. So basically just think in your mind, if they don't break it back beneath 72.36, 38, they're going to keep it going if they break 5.2. If they break 5.2 but stall 6.6, they'll kind of keep it between that expansion range, which is between 3.8, 6.9. Okay, they break down 3.2, 3.6, 3.8, they'll bring it back to retest, digest core ranges. I think it's pretty straightforward, to be honest. They fail 72, 01, 02, 71, 96, 97. Then that's when we're at risk of coming back to the 58. Maybe back to like 71, 81 first, right? Like there's obviously some core support at 81, 84, 86. Bigger risk is obviously if they did something absolutely insane, which would be a massive bearish engulfing, which I don't see as being the case. Like that would be pretty insane. That would be if they wanted to fill the max weekly range down to 71.22. Okay? After maybe stalling core here, like core to core to core. If they did something like that, I'm going to give you guys every possible scenario because obviously with this market, anything's possible. If they did something like that, what they could end up doing is trying to reset weekly conditions, which is basically bringing it back to weekly open, 71.85, right? We wanted 71.93. Does that make sense? This is if they wanted to kind of just bring this all the way around, up and down, and then pin the week flat or something. After a big earnings week, it would look something like this. Does that make sense? And that would reset our weekly conditions. That would be a core to core to core. That would be a lot of back and forth if they did something like this. I think it's something at least worth considering, like just to kind of pay attention to what they do off these core ranges. Mainly if they don't digest, okay? Not digesting, you guys, puts us at risk. So if they digest, those odds are pretty low that they would do something like this. Okay? This is end the week flat scenario. Basically, stall core areas, return to 71.20s, hold, push back to end the week flat, reset weekly conditions. Our weekly conditions, for those that are not subscribed to the reports, are we had to open up at least in a core area or in the zone, 71.88, 93, 97, so on and so forth. You get the point, right? So if they want to try doing something like that to just basically take it right back, then they'll do that. If they don't want to do that, they're going to recycle that range right back up, okay? And they'll probably just end up pushing markets instead, okay? And keep it within these ranges, or this is where we'd have like those really big expansion scenarios. Either way, I'm pretty excited for tomorrow because this puts us in a really interesting spot at the 72.40s and 50s. Okay, these are expansion scenario ranges. These are huge spots, you guys. So could they push the market to 73.50s from here and 7400 by mid-quarter? 100%. These areas at this point in time give us those odds, especially if they kind of keep that 2-day going, or even the 10-day. This is through mid-quarter. Okay, we're still watching the 7-day, which flips on the 4th. The 4th is a huge flip, by the way. This is where volatility could start coming in if they kind of stall these areas. So we already have some structures that we have to start watching for as early as now. This is another reason why they might return it back to this area here. Does that make sense? If they kind of want to fight off some of the volatility. The nice thing is we have so many great structures that we can use going forward from here into next week. There's a lot of really nice breaks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Usually 10, 11 bars are expansion. 11 usually is when you can start hitting exhaustion again, kind of like you did here. So we do have to be careful between the 4th and 6th. But if markets decide, nope, we're not ready to exhaust yet, they'll continue until 13 bars. Okay, so 12, 13 till mid quarter.